Because there's a lot going on a policy level, and it could be good to, just flag that.
Okay. Do you mind me crossing out the last part?
Yes, of course. I mean, I don't mind.
I interpreted your answer like that. But it's just take off.
Yeah, exactly. If there are no other questions, but that could be
It's at the other side. Oh, you got it. Was a second one.
Just waiting for the system to tell me so it will work. Yes.
We pretend we're in America. Sure.
And I thought that it's something should like be started, but how I actually started maybe the wifi here. So I don't know. The images are just maybe it's a security.
I don't really, I rarely see this with I've never seen them. But yes, and you want this yeah.
Lena Diesing in Paris. I told you, but she's on the other side. So just leave it. And now I was here 5 minutes away, but they she was here. So her house is like
I only got on. I had a ship. I connected. I had to wait 3 trains because they were full.
this morning.
Yeah, it was like.
Welcome to Paris.
Where
From Oman, so it was, yeah, line 12, and then visit sound like
yeah. That's the Victoria's one.
yeah, I guess everybody's working close to that. So, but on the 3rd, I knew it had to be a great place. You heard the stories about the speakers and
Maybe they should start.
Yeah, because I noticed that people were kept right at the door, but at the other side.
It's always the same thing. Yeah. I'm becoming quite rude when I'm
Yeah, I
in a
had to.
metro situation. Also get going out of them, they're always blocking the doors and blocking it out. I'm German.
Good day, everybody. Good morning here in Paris. Good day online. I hope you had an enjoyable evening in Paris for those who had the opportunity to be there. And we will continue our discussions about Mercury. And to begin with this morning, we will discuss public and civil society actions. In particular, what is the role of public procurement as a lever of action? And what is the role of civil society and consumers associations in training and education? And for that, we have a very nice panel of experts. And to moderate this panel today, we have Mr. Jakob Maag. He's from UNITAR. He's very experimented in Mercury. He has been working more than 30 years on this topic, and he trains and assists countries globally in the implementation of the Minamata Convention. So I'm sure we will have a nice exchange of views. Jakob, up to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone online and here in the room. It is, as Sylvie said, a strong panel we're having here, some of the ones that really change things out there. We, as Sylvie said, we're going to look at some of the aspects in the range between public work and citizen, or rather civil society work, to raise the awareness of the chemicals, the hazardous chemicals, including mercury, of course, in focus here. I'd just like to emphasize, if you allow me, that yesterday we heard the good presentation of Tom from the US. And if you noticed, he partly had slight room for describing all the regulation they had in place, and he explained how much work there was in reaching out to the stakeholders. And in OECD countries, we may consider this as a daily practice, but I work a lot with the developing countries, and I can assure you that is a big challenge in many developing countries. So let's not forget the public, the need of government to make a good framework for the civil society activities and others. Let me first introduce Lena Diesing, is it right? Correctly? Diesing, from the OECD, and you're going to tell us about the power of wise procurement when it comes to chemicals and especially mercury, right?
Yes, that's
Thank
correct.
you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, welcome everybody. It's really good to see so many in the room. My name is Lena Diesing. I'm a policy analyst in the Center for Responsible Business Conduct, and I've been focusing on public procurement for the last few years, and notably on these crossroads between purchasing more responsibly, and that could include, for example, paying attention to where mercury is in the supply chain. Before I start giving a few inputs, obviously I'm not an expert on mercury, but I'd like to give a few inputs on public procurement specifically and what public buyers might be able to do. And just ahead of that, I think there are really three things coming together here. On the one hand, public procurement or government contracts are huge. It's huge volumes. Then mercury is not something that public buyers buy directly, but it's hidden in the supply chain. So there's an aspect of figuring out where mercury is associated with public procurement. And then I hinted to that we have a tool to tackle harms that are, in quotation marks, hidden in the supply chain, which is due diligence. This is what the Center for Responsible Business Conduct works on, among many other things. So I'd like to give a few lessons on our work around that. So as I mentioned, public procurement is huge. It represents 13% of GDP in OECD countries on average. And then if we think about government budgets, public procurement or government contracts take up around a quarter or to a third of government budgets. Can be more, can be less, depending on the country and the situation. But you see, those are huge sums that we're talking about. So it's no surprise public procurement is a lever for addressing issues, harms in the supply chain, including around mercury. And in fact, public buyers face more and more pressure to do so. On the one hand, there's more regulation coming up, but then also it's really about governments walking the talk. If you have government regulations on mercury, of course, public buyers should pay attention to those as well. But the obvious thing would be then just to say, whenever a public buyer puts out a tender, so a call for a contract to say, we don't want to have mercury in this product, but that's not that easy. And so I'll talk a little bit about what is behind there. As I mentioned, public buyers are usually not really buying like we see on the poster here. For example, skin whitening creams where there's kind of an obvious connection to mercury. So it's really also about digging into the supply chain and figuring out where mercury might be and what can be done about it. Let's take a step back. I mentioned that we have a tool to tackle these issues in the supply chain, which is due diligence. We have at the OECD due diligence guidance. That's a global standard for due diligence. And we also have guidance for specific sectors, including for the extractive sector where mercury plays a role. And my colleague, Ben Katz, will later moderate a panel as part of this conference as well. This guidance is comprehensive. It's internationally accepted on what the elements are of this guidance. And now I have to bore you with the definition, but I think it can tell us a little bit about what is happening there. Due diligence is the process, so not just a one-off thing, a process by which companies can identify, prevent, and mitigate actual or potential adverse impacts in their own operations throughout their supply chains and in their business relationships. So we're talking about a process. We're talking about companies, not public buyers that we're looking at here. We're talking about identification, prevention, and mitigation. So finding out where a harm is, figuring out how you can prevent it or how you can mitigate it. So do something to stop it. We're talking about actual adverse impacts, so harm that is already, happening, or potential impacts, so risks that might come up in connection with activities. And then we're talking about the operations of the company itself, their supply chain, and then also all the connections that they have with their suppliers, so different sub-suppliers and tiers down the supply chain. But then you already heard it, this is about companies. That doesn't talk about public buyers. And in fact, public buyers are very different, as I will explain in a second. And so we looked at that in our work at the center and with the colleagues from the Governance Directorate of how public buyers can actually, integrate responsible business conduct in their work as well. We ran a pilot bringing together 12 countries, public buyers from 12 countries on all levels of government and really around the globe. So we have a good sample there. But we looked at the garments industry because the garment industry is one of the more advanced industries when it comes to doing due diligence. So looking at the supply chain and really determining where are issues and what can we do about it. And it's one of the places where public buyers have really started to think about this. So obviously that it's not necessarily about mercury, but at the same time, I think there are a few lessons that we can take away. So I'd like to share those now. So the question here really was, how can due diligence support public buyers in addressing harm in the supply chain? And that could be, for example, figuring out what the impact from mercury-related products is. On the one hand, we see good action by public buyers. There are good practices. But then I mentioned it already, public procurement really is different. We saw a confirmation of that in this pilot. On the one hand, we have strict legal frameworks. legal frameworks that are really strict on what kind of criteria public buyers can use to take their decision whether or not to buy a product. And that might mean whether or not to buy a product with mercury, and maybe they don't know about it. Then on the one hand, public buyers need to follow these legal frameworks, but then they also have the pressure to, find new ways. So using due diligence is something very new. Focusing on responsible business conduct, focusing on supply chains as such is very new. And then bringing these two things together, they can't just use the OECD due diligence guidance and take whatever is in there to improve their supply chains. So we really needed to find different ways to implement it. And now, just before closing, I'd like to mention 3 ways in which public procurement can use due diligence to, address harms like those from mercury in their work. On the one hand, we're talking about a portfolio level. So not every public buyer buys the same thing. You might have a ministry that might need cars and tables. You might have the police, for example, that buys mostly uniforms, weapons, things like that. You might have a hospital that buys things that could actually be associated with a lot of very toxic substances in the supply chain. So first step for a supplier could be, for example, to do due diligence on the portfolio level, determining what are we buying and where are risks. And now if we break that down for the example of mercury, that could mean figuring out which of the products that a public buyer buys on a regular basis might be associated with risks from mercury in the supply chain. That requires a lot of research on the public buyer, obviously, engaging stakeholders and also engaging suppliers. A second point then is, now that a public buyer decides to buy one of these products, so, okay, we ran out of one specific product that we use on a regular basis. What does that mean from a mercury perspective? Is there something for this concrete product that we can do as a public buyer to reduce the harm or mitigate the harm from mercury? For example, choosing a different product, placing different criteria in our request. And then finally, once a contract is signed, or also once we draft the criteria before that, to choose a supplier, what can we put there as a public buyer that engages the supplier to address mercury-related harm in the supply chain? So passing on the one hand, the obligation, but also really working with the supplier once issues are discovered. So we have 3 levels: portfolio, the actual purchase, and then the supplier level. And so overall, if I can summarize, on the one hand, public buyers are an effective lever for action because simply public procurement is huge, but addressing risks from mercury is not as obvious, as the harm is often deeply hidden in the supply chain. But public buyers can use due diligence to address these issues. So these are the 3 points that I was hoping to give you away today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lena. And I hope you noted down your questions also online, because there's a possibility to post questions after the presentations. As I recall, we now have Elena Lymberidi from the European Environmental Bureau. Please present yourself and your topic. And thank you to Lena, it was interesting.
Thank you, Jakob. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Jakob, for the introduction. And thank you to the OECD for the invitation. I'm Elena Lymberidi Settimo. I'm working for the European Environmental Bureau, which is the largest network of European environmental NGOs. And today I will also be presenting on behalf of the Zero Mercury Working Group, which is an international coalition of over 110 NGOs from over 55 countries from around the world. And our aim is to reduce and eliminate, where possible, supply, use, exposure, emissions of mercury. And we have also been supporting the Minamata Convention. Okay. While we are also working on artisanal small-scale gold mining, today I will be talking more about the skin lighteners, the mercury-added skin lightening creams. This skin lightening creams is a symbol of societies grappling with internalized racism and colorism. One analysis estimated that over 27% of individuals globally have used skin creams at least one time or another. And the WHO warns of these health risks and certain skin lighteners and recommends their phase out. From the Minamata Convention side, the Minamata bans the manufacture and trade of cosmetics with over 1 ppm of mercury. I'm sorry, but I think this is an old version of my presentation. I'm sorry about this. I don't know if this could actually be changed. Should I just continue while, I mean, all the elements are there.
Could you let Elena know if you can fix it or if she should continue? You're trying? Thanks.
I'm sorry about that.
So while we are waiting, let me just say to all of you out there that when you're looking for mercury in the supply chain, there is help to get. We have some nice documents and reports that show this. So it's there. You need to look for it, of course. The toolkit, for instance, the UNEP mercury toolkit. But there are shorter lists as well. Look at the Minamata Convention website. You'll see it. Yeah, you go. Okay, I think we're back.
I'm sorry about that. Okay. No, it's the same. It's still the same. Let me continue, and if you can find the last version, please. Anyway, the Zero Mercury Working Group has started a campaign on skin lightening creams in 2017, where we actually conducted 2 sampling rounds, one in 2017 and one in 2018, in 2017-18, and then one in 2019, where over 500 products were sampled and tested, engaging multiple NGO partners from around the globe. Earlier this year, we completed a 3rd round of sampling, where another 271 products were tested from over 40 e-commerce sites from 17 countries. Nearly half of these products, with 36 brands which were identified, had over 1 ppm of mercury from 30 e-platforms, 30 sites. To facilitate access to these findings, and also for consumers, but also for governments, we have published earlier this year an online database where you can find them over 1,000 entries of products from that we have tested, but also which have been tested from government agencies and others. So in this slide, you can see at the bottom the platforms that have been found to be selling high mercury skin lightening products. As you can see, more than half of the 40 samples purchased on eBay, Shopee, Gigi, and Flipkart were found to contain mercury with over 1 ppm. With the blue column, it's the number of samples that were purchased, and in orange were the ones that were found with over 1 ppm of mercury. Here, looking at the package labeling, we can actually see that the most high mercury products appear to originate from Pakistan, Thailand, and China. And while some countries are trying to take measures to tackle the manufacture of mercury-added skin lightening products, the information is difficult to confirm due to often illegal nature of the business, challenge of identifying those responsible and their methods, and also claims of products being counterfeit, And also the packaging and the labeling is often incomplete and misleading. Here, yeah, there is some difference in the slides that I had. Well, I will improvise. Actually, no, this is really a long, very old version. Yeah, I'm really sorry, but it's just this is really, anyway, there are many growing, I mean, the results, yes, please, yeah. The results that we have been finding, they appear not to deter actually online platforms. The e-commerce platforms appear not to really be motivated to verify the legality of the products that are being sold. And while we actually informed these platforms about our findings, and some of them reacted positively and took down the products that were found with high mercury levels, and also some of them put filters to actually control that illegal products are not being sold. After a few months, these products were actually found again. And then we see that same product brands reappeared and still had mercury levels on several sampling occasions from our different sampling around the world in different countries and in different platforms. Okay, here we go. That's correct one. Thank you. So there are several challenges on regulating online sales of mercury skin lighteners. In general, there is a growing market share of e-commerce. Third-party sellers are often outside the country, and non-domestic online sellers evade domestic laws that brick-and-mortar stores must comply with. And then, of course, this leads to violations on health and safety laws, which threaten the public health, but also they create an uneven playing field. Therefore, it's absolutely necessary that an online liability reform would take place. Now, while looking at the skin lightening creams and how to tackle the illegal manufacture and trade, we also started looking at the other relevant issues, such as the trade of mercury and mercury compounds. And actually, we can see that inorganic mercury compounds are used in skin lightening creams. Some examples are mercurous chloride, mercurous oxide, mercury chloride, or ammoniated mercury. Also, skin lightening soaps have been found to contain 1 to 3% of mercury iodide, and also creams with concentrations 1 to 10% of mercury ammonium. And therefore, the inadequate control of mercury compounds that we also discussed a little bit yesterday can actually lead to illegal uses and trades of products where they can be found within. So beyond the third-party liability measures that, as I mentioned earlier, are really necessary for the online sales platforms, enforcement need to be strengthened, both for on the ground and for the online activities. And to assist with this, we also published in 2019 an enforcement report, which identifies several enforcement elements. And also it contains examples from developed but also developing countries where they have actually been using these enforcement tools, and in many cases they have been rather successful. Of course, still a lot is to be done. So these elements are legal frameworks, mandates, and division of responsibilities that would be necessary to be in place. Legal gap analysis would need to be carried out, authorizations, restrictions, and bans, and also requesting labeling of ingredients, like some countries are doing, Côte d'Ivoire, India, and Bangladesh. Additional supporting tools and measures can be really helpful, like detention lists or alert systems. We have the EU Safety Gate, the ASEAN Cosmetics Post-Marketing Alert System, advisories, and also the OECD portal. And And then important, which comes also in the skin creams, but also in the general mercury and mercury compounds, as we discussed yesterday, is the interagency and international collaboration. So mandates for that would be necessary for the ministries and agencies to speak among each other within the country and at regional level. And there we have some good examples, like in the East African Community, ASEAN, and the EU. Inspections and sanctions can also play a good role. Excuse me. And they are. Sorry.
It's good that Elena has her reused bottle nearby, not single use. Don't worry about it.
So inspections and sanctions are really important, and penalties and screening tools would need to be in place, and also informing consumers for better market surveillance and awareness raising. Also, Jakob mentioned yesterday the strike project that developed a few of these elements. Also through here, and this was a question that was asked for me, was we can see the role that the national and regional policies play, because there have been some better results at the regional level, but again, still more needs to be done. And also at the same time, the role of the NGOs, of the CSOs, can be to bring this information into light, raise awareness, build capacity, and also advocate for these changes to happen at the policy level. So the conclusions and recommendations, I mean, the skin lightening products is like the ASGM of the products area, as we call it. It has many similarities in the sense that there are many informal participants. There is a decentralized illegal activity. There is insufficient awareness of health risks, and then it requires attention both from the supply and the demand side. Of course, as we see, high mercury creams are still available from internet platforms and the shops. The online platform liability reform would really be necessary. And then enforcement stays a serious challenge, with cooperation of agencies being really important at domestic, regional, but also at international level. Country analysis to identify the best way forward would be key. And then, therefore, addressing skin lightening creams, skin lightening creams should become a Minamata Convention priority, as is one of the products that it's rather going to stay and we will need to be dealing with in the coming years. Near and longer term strategies would need to be developed, including quantifying resource needs. And also the COP should evaluate whether the trade in specific mercury compounds compromises the objective of this convention. And we would need to see if this should actually be phased out under Article 3 of the convention. I would like to also take the opportunity to thank our partners from around the world who have been assisting us in the sampling and the monitoring of the creams, and also to thank you for your patience and with all the obstacles that I had, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena, for this perspective on this tricky business of the cosmetics. Please remember your questions. Don't forget them. We have now our next speaker, Amira Adawe, online, and she's doing the hard work of calling out to the public and to the policymakers about the skin lightening creams and associated products. Are you with us, Amira?
Yes, I am here.
Good.
Can you hear me?
We hear you and we see you.
Thank you, Jakob. Hi, everyone. Glad to be joining you virtually. Thanks for having me. My name is Amira Adawe. I am the Executive Director of the Beautywell Project, which is a nonprofit organization that's based in the USA. That is focused on combating colorism, skin lighting practices, and chemical exposures. I started this work almost 12 years ago, and when I started doing this work, advocacy and awareness around this issue, it happened because of my lived experience, and I want to share that because I am originally from East Africa, Somalia. I grew up in Kenya and in the US, and so at a very young age, I experienced colorism from family members, and then I also saw family members using skin lighting products, neighbors. And then when we migrated to Kenya and the US, that continued. And so when I say continued, it wasn't only family members, but also community-wide, people using skin lighting products. And this is, this is a really historically deeply rooted issue because people or countries who have experienced colonizations or communities that have experienced slavery have these deeply rooted of skin color discrimination. Colorism definition is the idea of discriminating skin color within group and outside group. When I say people that have within the same race and same ethnicity can discriminate you based on your skin color, but also external groups can discriminate you. So when I first started doing this work, it's because of my lived experience, but also as somebody who was at the time studying public health, I was worried about externally how this issue was impacting people. And so that is how I approached, testing products and raising awareness. When we saw high levels of mercury in the state of Minnesota, that is how we started doing outreach and raising awareness. And when we tested, the first part of skin lighting products in 2011, the state government and also nationwide, even the CDC did not know that people practice skin lighting products and these high levels of mercury. But at the same time, also California and New York was dealing with the same issue because of the communities, global communities that live in these states. And so when I first started, we started with the African groups, and then I realized that it wasn't only limited to African countries, but it was also expanded to Asian groups and Latinx groups. And so that says a lot that this is a huge, huge global issue. So the way that we approach from that time and to this day, our work is co-creation with communities, because when I first started doing this work, I was wearing the public health lens and telling them, mercury is bad for you, mercury is bad for your health. Yes, we have to raise awareness on mercury because people didn't even know what mercury or other toxic chemicals are, because they were just using these products because to get that satisfaction of, lighter skin and beauty. And so I had to explain to them, these are very toxic products, but people, at the time were not even listening. Yes, they're listening because they're concerned about their health. But when we shifted the approach and used, healing-based education and awareness, that is when people started listening to us. And when I say healing and community-centered work, is that, meeting where they're coming from, talking to them about historically what had happened to them, why they use these products, because individuals will not wake up one day and say, okay, I want to change my skin color today, because it's a trauma that they have experienced historically. It's a trauma that they have experienced from either family members or externally, people that they're dealing with, or in general, government-related historical trauma. And so we do a lot of education about healing them, but also we intentionally train them. We recruit community leaders. we train them to become advocates around this issue, for them to understand what's skin lighting, why their voice matters, why we need to include them in the policy and systems change process. So we have trained community cultural brokers, and these are community members that don't have education background, but they have a solid and important cultural background that we need, because the community members listens to them. And so we have trained them to become cultural brokers. So we train them, and then they train community members about mercury exposure and other toxic exposures from skin lighting. And then also they organize and call their local policymakers, whether it's the county level, city, and also state and federal levels. And so that helped us a lot. In 2019, when we passed Minnesota legislation to fund, this was the first time in the United States legislation that focused on funding the issue of skin lighting and addressing mercury exposure. And so that happened because of our advocacy, because of the community members, different communities that we organized to go to the legislature and talk to them, the potential impact of mercury exposure in their communities, because the Department of Health was seeing that mercury was available in homes, not only people who are using, but also those who are visiting them, who are living with them, were exposing to higher levels of mercury. Also, for several years, I have been collecting data from the public schools and charter schools. And so as a result of that, one of the things that I have seen is that a lot of young girls of color have experienced colorism bullying, and that really impacted their self-esteem. And this is specifically Black young girls impacted the issue of bullying, specifically racial bullying and colorism bullying. And so as a result of that, we created a program called Young Women's Wellness and Leadership Initiative, to intentionally actually build their wellness, create safe space for them. And these are young girls that mostly were born in the United States, but also some of them migrated from other countries. And so they're dealing with cultural shocks. They're not fully well accepted in their original culture, and they're not fully accepted in their host countries, even though that they were born in the United States. And so we had to create, safe space. It's a cohort-based program, and so we also teach them about leadership, and we intentionally match them with women of color who are leadership positions, to mentor them so they see beyond their skin color. So they don't worry about how they look like when they're learning, because once you have a self-esteem issue as it relates to your skin color, that can impact your learning and impact your education attainment. And so for them to avoid that, they get one-on-one mentorship from women who have succeeded in that kind of spaces. And then also we train them to become advocates. And so they have been also very active in our Congress legislation for the last 2 years, which I will talk about in a minute. And then they were also, since last year, they have created this annual Youth Health Summit that focuses on combating colorism. So they train other youths to become advocates. And so that has been very successful to not only engage communities and organize civic societies, but also how do we tap on young people who are also impacted. And the way also we look at is that how do we interrupt this cycle of colorism, this cycle of skin lighting use, because this is a cycle, the older people will use, their children will start to use, older people will actually encourage their young girls to use. And so how do we interrupt this cycle by organizing young people so but they potentially stop and also advocate? We have been using a lot of community voices and stakeholder voices to advocate through Congress. So FDA is the agency that's responsible to regulate cosmetics in the United States, and so Food and Drug Administration in the United States. So the agency, although mercury is banned in the United States, the agency has not been regulating, actively regulating cosmetics in general, but particularly skin lighting products, until we went to Congress 3 years ago and advocated through Congress. And so last 2 years, Congress was funding the Food and Drug Administration Agency in the United States to intentionally educate and raise public awareness around this issue in partnership with local communities in the United States, but also the agency coming up with long-term strategies to regulate over-the-counter skin lighting products. It's not only mercury, but now the agency can regulate hydroquinone because the United States, after 14 years of advocacy, had finally banned hydroquinone in skin lighting products over 2% limit over the counter. So the agency, since early this year, it started regulating over the counter skin lighting products, hydroquinone. The agency created advocacy, education materials for communities to use. And then now they are partnering with community-based organizations in all over the United States to do education on the issue of skin lighting and mercury exposure, but also hydroquinone and other toxic chemicals in the skin lighting products. And this happened because of civil society advocacy. The agency has not been responsive to us for many years. And so because of when we went to Congress, and that is because of Congress funded, that is how the agency become active. And so this is one of the things that this issue, it's a multi-approach issue. And this issue, we need communities, we need government systems, we need other leaders, business leaders to really to form a partnership, like my colleague Elena said, to combat this issue. And so the government needs the support of communities, and then the communities need the government, because the government are the ones to ban these toxic chemicals and also take leadership in regulating these products. And then also giving the knowledge for communities to also address. The other thing, the challenges that Elena had talked about is also something that, few years ago, 3 years ago, that we had used communities to help us remove some of these products. I remember in 2019, when we partnered with Syria Club to remove some of these skin lighting products from Amazon. And that happened because more than 23,000 petitions that we collected from people all over the United States. And that was removed. And so the issue didn't end there, but that's a good result, that using civil societies and communities to advocate and change policies and systems. And so with that, I hope that this issue becomes partnership. And then the other thing that I highly encourage, that we cannot address skin lighting and mercury exposure unless we address colorism, the underlying issue of why people even change to begin with their skin color. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that eye-opening explanation. And we should not forget, I think we get reminded of this, that government is also people, and government act based on people's input. So that's why civil society is a very, very important factor, all of us, in fact. Yes, so now we had three very good and interesting presentations. I would like to ask you if there are any questions from the floor. Just raise your hands. Yes, Chris? Silly? Mm-hmm.
Christopher from Zambia. I just want to also echo that Zambia is a beneficiary of the specific international program under the Minamata Convention. And our aim under this project is to look at the extent of use of these mercury added products. And what Elena has brought out is actually what we are seeing, that the skin lightening creams can be compared to the SGM. I would like to agree with her on that, because we are seeing a lot of the informal sector that is actually the key players in there. One of the things that we see also is the aspect of the trade is kind of secret, just like you see in the SGM sector. So the key issue there is on the labeling and the identification. So the question I have is, what are we doing through the public procurement and also through what Elena and advocacy are bringing out? What are we doing to ensure that the products are labeled to the extent that we consider the 1 ppm, that is a threshold under the Minamata Convention? And also moving to COP5, I don't know if at all parties are looking forward to amending the convention so that we completely phase out the 1 ppm threshold. Because for us in Zambia, we are seeing that as a loophole for products to get into us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Elena, you want to answer? Or was it?
On the public procurement side, thank you, Chris, for the question. I think also Lena could chime in. But
Sorry,
I mean, just to say that on the labeling, it's true that actually none of the creams that we have tested mentioned the mercury or any mercury compound on the labeling, although we found thousands of ppm. So we're far beyond the 1 ppm. There was one cream that I think is only that has been noting that they are using mercury. So of course, if there are requirements from the country about the labeling, this could be helpful. Also, the detention list, the different elements that I mentioned. But when we go on the online, it starts to really get complicated there, because and that's why we've seen that this online reform actually would be necessary. Also at the EU level, partly this is trying to be done, but mainly by looking at the accountability of the traders who are selling on the online platforms. But again, this is, I mean, efforts would need to be done by all countries and also at the national level. So that's where we would also be looking at the convention to see how these agents, including Interpol that we were discussing yesterday, could actually connect with each other and bring the findings to the policy level so that they can actually be changed.
Would you like to add something, Lena?
I mean, you were interested actually in skin lightening creams, right? Specifically, or in general? Okay, yeah, mercury added products in general. So usually when we have these kinds of issues where in OECD countries you would have regulations, then public buyers are required to consider that in their purchasing. Now, obviously, there are several issues then putting it in practice. I think obviously you were talking about a policy framework. That is the first thing we need to have. But then once we're talking about public buyers putting those kinds of requirements into action, I think one central element is capacity and awareness. So educating public buyers where issues are associated with the products that they're purchasing, and then giving them the means to not only ask for that in tenders, so adding requirements in tenders, for example, asking for mercury-free products. And we have some examples, for example, for light sources, where that is done. But as you can tell, even I have trouble talking about it because it's a highly technical subject. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done to equip public buyers with this knowledge. And we know knowledge is power, to ask for these kinds of things. And then the third step once they buy these products, then also, I don't want to call that enforcing, but let's say following up with suppliers and being equipped to actually make sure that what they asked for is actually delivered. And so that there is a lot of work, I think, that needs to be done regardless of the issue to equip public buyers with this visibility of what they're buying, monitoring capacity. Then we come into the question of data and evaluation, where no matter what the issue is, we could do much, much more.
Thank you. You wanted to?
Yes,
add
if
a little?
I thank you, Jakob. Just to add something on the public procurement, indeed, I mean, mainly for other products, we've seen that public procurement can actually push towards the change also in the policy to some degree. So I know from experts also in the US many years ago, where, I mean, the US doesn't have like a federal law on the products, but because the states were asking, for example, all the lamps to be mercury-free or to have less mercury at the time, this has driven that the whole state at the end would end up using mercury with lamps with less mercury or mercury-free lamps. So this can be really good tools which can actually be driving the market and then eventually the policy and the practices.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have a question from the online audience.
Yes, indeed, it's a follow-up on labeling. We have a question asking, how can we trust the labeling?
Yeah, if I may just say a little bit about that. I know that the schemes of eco-labels, which is a thing in Europe, at least, I don't know about the global broadening of it, but they actually have campaigns, to my knowledge, that they check regular if their criteria are met and should the criteria be revised and so on. So that may be one way of doing it. Anything else you would like to add?
I mean, we've seen that some of the creams manufacturers, they put on their own websites an indication what is the original packaging, or they put some, how do we call it, special signs that you can identify. But then from what we've seen, I mean, we cannot really prove that something is counterfeit, but we have seen from actually what they claim as counterfeit, then it looks exactly the same. So at least this is in terms of the packaging. Now the labeling, I mean, and the ingredients included in there, yeah, these are also things that could be actually checked from time to time from the platforms when the traders are actually registering to sell their products. Maybe some ad hoc checks, but then it's tricky.
Lena?
Yeah, I just wanted to add an aspect from the context of public procurement, because obviously labels are one of the way how public buyers can at least try to make sure that whatever they're buying is conforming with policies, with standards, with their own goals, also to purchase, for example, mercury-free products. But it's also something that I think we need to be aware of, to actually ask ourselves the question when we're using labels. How and in what circumstances we can trust them. Generally, yes, if we are aware of what the mechanism is, but then also to be aware that those labels are also often a snapshot in time for a specific product, and that we need to also know what is the label actually promising us. You know, not every label is promising the same thing, which is good, but we need to make sure that it, as a public buyer, for example, that it's in line with the kinds of goals we have for our purchasing.
Thank you, Lena. And if I may add, the criteria documents that the eco-labels have, they also point out, mostly they would catch the most important topics on chemicals and so on, right? Any other questions from the floor? Yeah, please, Rachel.
Yes, Rachel Kamande. I'm representing the Clean Lighting Coalition. And I wanted to just make a comment. The information, the work that is being done by different organizations and different entities is excellent. And it seems to me that it is somehow disconnected, like everybody is doing something really good. And if there is a way that all these can be centralized, maybe in a database, to know what Elena is doing, to know what Lena is doing, and maybe in a probably at the Minamata Secretariat's website or something, just to centralize this information and to make it available, a database on what can help, because all these issues are complex, they are connected, they're global, and sometimes a partner or a stakeholder might want to find out or try to figure out how to deal with the situation, maybe in their own government, if it's a government, how to deal with this situation. And there are other governments, other organizations that are already dealing with this issue or they have dealt with it. So how to connect all these, that work that is going on in a central database, I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Ludovic?
Thank you. I'm Ludovic from UNEP again. I just want to come back to the previous intervention. There is a central database of the projects that exist on Mercury. It's in the Global Mercury Partnership. It's hosted by the Secretariat in UNEP, and Ken is here, Stephanie also in the room. And there will be actually the Partnership Advisory Group held tomorrow and the day after. And through this website, we share all the activities that we are doing, of course, but also all our partners, including Zero Mercury Working Group, UNITAR, and others. Also, we're collaborating with OECD on some aspects. I just wanted to reflect on something Elena said. You said that the skin lightening cream is the ASGM of the products, and I tend to agree. I wanted to reflect on, we have developed a project, and I think Amira from Beautywell is part of that project, on skin lightening cream in 3 countries. It's a pilot. It's going to be implemented in Jamaica, Sri Lanka, and Gabon. But when we developed this project, we had an article published by PAO, the Pan American Health Organization, that did a study of a cohort in New York of people who are using skin lightening creams. And these people had urine levels of mercury that was very similar, same order of magnitudes that the one we noticed in our ASGM sites. So it is indeed, the rightly said, it is a very big issue and we need to address that. So that's just a comment. I also for OECD, I wanted to reflect on the public policy for purchasing and procurement. I think this is important, but this is important for the products that are traded nationally, because the governments have control over what what enters and what's sold. The problem with products like skin lightening creams is that they're traded online. And so we need to work beyond this national work, and work like Zero Mercury Working Group have been doing on Amazon, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ludovic. Just to comment, in Africa, skin lightening creams are also sold on the local markets. So that's even more tricky to address. Yes, behind Chris, there was, oh, you have the microphone. So
just a quick one.
Quick one.
Yeah.
And then
mine is just following up on Ludwig in terms of for the e-commerce. I think one of the challenge is social media, because the information that goes on social media is promoting the products, and people are engaging more on social media, and you can see that they are distorting information in terms of before and after, how you look before and after. So the advocacy that Amira is working on, I think we need to push more on social media like Facebook, Twitter, and so forth. Yeah. I think that's where we are seeing a lot of distorted information.
Completely agree. And our colleague there behind Chris.
Yeah, my name is Stefan Böse O'Reilly. I'm from Germany. I'm a pediatrician. I work for Pure Earth. In Germany, we had a case that a child 4 years of age had contact with the mother using skin lightening creams. In Europe, it's banned, but she purchased this cream online. So my stupid question as a pediatrician is, can you not bring these companies to court that either produce or import these creams like eBay or Amazon or Alibaba, so these big players? because in the end, they harm people with what they do, especially if it's not declared that mercury is a part of the cream.
The short answer is I wish I could, but I cannot ban it myself. But it's true that we've seen this example. So the mercury that the mother can use when they hold the child can pass actually to the child. So these are effects that people may not think of, or when they wash, then this will go into the water, or when they sit in their home, it will go on the sofa, in the chairs, everywhere. And then it might even be that the house may need to be decontaminated. So there have been many cases, and we don't think on these effects that go a little bit beyond than the actual putting on the skin. And this, what Stefan says, brings back what I was saying earlier, that I mean, at the European level, this is what we have been asking, that there should be the liability in place for the platforms. So the platforms are not like a newspaper as they used to be in the past. In the past, you just put your products and then people would just go, and then the platforms would not bring any responsibility. Now the platforms are actually involved in the trading. They may be storing products that the online traders are selling through their platform. So they are participating and they can control better what is happening. And that's why these controls are needed at country or European level in our case, where there have been several instruments which are being discussed. And then unfortunately, so this needs to be prevented before getting into the consumer, because we also order creams and they arrived in Brussels on our desk, which is under European law, and it's banned for many, many years.
Thank you, Elena. And let this question go out to the chemical controls units of the OECD and OECD partner countries. Some are present in this room, some are present probably online, I would guess. So now you know why you have good arguments to your managers to promote your work. And so you can make a change. I think we say thank you for now. Right, Sylvie?
Yes, thank you very much for this interesting focus on the ISGM of mercury added products and on public procurement. The next session will be on due diligence in gold and mercury supply chains. But before that, we will have a coffee break of 15 minutes. So let's be back on time, please.
And thank you to our dear panelists online and here in the room.
So welcome back. And as mentioned previously, this session will be about due diligence in gold and mercury supply chains. And to moderate this session today, we have Ben Katz with us from the OECD Financial and Enterprise Affairs Directorate. So Ben leads the work on responsible mineral supply chains at the OECD Center for Responsible Business Conduct. This program was established to promote the implementation of the OECD due diligence guidance for responsible supply chains of minerals from conflict-affected and high-risk areas. And Ben has over 10 years of experience working on natural resource management in fragile settings. So the floor is yours, Ben.
Testing. Here we go. I think is the mic working? Can everyone hear okay? Great. Thanks, Sylvie. Thanks for the invitation from the Environment Directorate to moderate the session. And I'm really pleased to be joined by some very esteemed experts and colleagues in the field. I'm joined by online Mrs. Rocío Santivañez, who's the Director of Pollution Control and Chemical Substances at the Ministry of Environment of Peru. I'm also joined to my left, Christophe Nicolet, who's the Managing Director at PX Group, which, well, he'll elaborate on PX Group, but PX Group is a refiner and trader in precious metals. I'm also joined by Marcin Piersiak, who's the Executive Director at the Alliance for Responsible Mining Europe. ARM sits, of course, on our multi-stakeholder steering group for the Responsible Minerals Implementation Program. Before delving in, I just wanted to kind of set the scene a little bit, give a brief introduction for those who may be coming at this work from a different lens to what we're doing at the Center for Responsible Business Conduct on this issue. I thought it was very fitting that in the previous session, the issue of mercury and skin lightening products was discussed as the ASGM, or the artisanal small-scale gold mining of the product or the downstream part of the challenges with mercury. And of course, now we'll be discussing the ASGM of ASGM, if you will, artisanal small-scale gold mining itself. So at the Center for Responsible Business Conduct, on our team, we oversee implementation of the due diligence guidance, the OECD due diligence guidance for responsible mineral supply chains. And just a little bit about the guidance. So this guidance helps companies identify and address human rights and other risks in their supply chains that are external to the company, that may affect people, planet, or society. And it takes an approach that, if you will, establishes a division of labor between what companies in the upstream and what companies in the downstream are responsible for, with companies downstream using their leverage to improve the due diligence practices of their suppliers, particularly at the control point, which tends to be the refiner in gold supply chains, in order to really go on the ground and address those risks, in many cases, which do entail risks related to the use of mercury in these supply chains. And so, of course, here today, we're really focusing on the upstream. But from a due diligence perspective, I think all the interventions that you're going to hear about from our panelists are relevant also to downstream companies and to the whole supply chain, because by being informed about them, they can play a more impactful role to get their suppliers to implement them. And of course, very pleased to be joined by Ms. Santivañez, because we need policymakers to create a supportive policy environment for this work. And of course, it can be at times a challenging and intractable issue because of the informal nature of artisanal mining, as well as getting the incentives right to really engage constructively. And in this sense, the OECD due diligence guidance is really focused on trying to transform to responsibly engage the informal sector rather than exclude it, because we feel, and well, we also see based on the evidence that constructive engagement is really the only way to make progress, and also recognizes the fact that artisanal and small scale mining plays a huge role in livelihoods in many developing and emerging economies. And besides that, just wanted to mention the fact that in terms of our coordination with our partners on these issues, including UNEP, I'm very pleased to see Ludovic here today. What we are really focusing on as the OECD is working with our partners to disseminate data from national action plans to reduce mercury to the private sector so that they can engage proactively with those plans, developing connections between the human rights elements of on-the-ground projects and those focused on reducing mercury, and also working on the broader architecture of due diligence, for example, when it comes to new policies on making the definitions of recycled gold or other products in the supply chain more consistent and aligned with better due diligence. So those are just some of the issues that we're focused on at the Center for Responsible Business Conduct at the OECD. And so without further ado, first, I'm going to turn to Christophe first as a key actor in the supply chain. We discussed a little bit some of the intractable nature at times of this issue, getting the incentives right. How can you talk a little bit about how PX Group, both technically and in terms of the way you're engaging with the supply chain, the kinds of innovations that you're deploying to reduce mercury?
Thank you, Ben. And thank you very much to offer us the opportunity of sharing our field experience in avoiding the usage of mercury when it comes to ASM gold mining. So during the next 10 minutes, I will show you how we did avoid the use of 9 tons of mercury last year with only one supply chain located in Xala, Peru, producing ASM gold. So approximately 600 tons of ASM gold are extracted from our planet each year. You can see on the graph here that around 3,000 tons are coming from the large-scale mining, and 1.1 tons, 1,100 tons coming from the recycled circuit. And this is an estimation of 600 tons coming from ASM. Of course, these figures are not really accurate because it's mostly informal. What is formal is the 22 tons of gold declared by the Good Delivery List refiners to the LBMA, to the London Bullion Market Association, last year. So out of this around 600 tons of ASM gold, only 22 have been declared last year to the LBMA. And we know that the vast majority of the gold mined by ASM uses mercury. We are working on the field, and we have some field observation, and this field observation shows that for each kilograms of gold produced with amalgamation with mercury, you need 3 kilograms of mercury. So this is confirmed by the figures yesterday when we had the same estimation of 600 tons of ASM gold produced every year. And we have a total demand of mercury for this market around 1,740 tons per year. So our field observation are matching the numbers showed yesterday. One important thing, I just want to come back to the previous, and this is one of the key figures. When doing the amalgamation with mercury on the ore extracted by the miners, we can actually recover only 50% of the gold contained in the ore. And this is a very important figures that you have to keep in mind. I will come back later to in my presentation. So as said, according to the latest data, around 1,800 tons of mercury are used each year for ASM gold mining, which represent around 37% of the total demand of mercury. On that picture here, taken 3 weeks ago by myself, we can also see that there are absolutely no control of the ASM tailings when it comes to mercury used by miners or cooperatives. So the simple things we have to keep in mind: let the miners mine and the processing plant process the gold. It's as simple as that. And it's the logic, this is a simple logic behind the processing plant model of locating an industrial facility plant near the mining communities. So the processing plant must source from legal and formalized, or I have to say, also from miners under the formalization process, or cooperatives on which the processing plant has conducted a measure of due diligence, of course, and compliance. Now, with a gold recovery of more than 90% using the processing plant, compared to the 50% I was mentioning before, the processing plant can pay the miners a price that is an incentive by itself. You don't need more incentive to convince the miners to bring the ore to the processing plant. You just have to pay him the fair price according to the recovery rate we can get from the processing plant. And this means that the price paid by the processing plant to the miners are competitive and have allowed the artisanal miners to more than cover all the additional taxation, registration, and compliance costs they incur by operating legally. Here on this graph, you can see number one. This is the trucks bringing the ore to the processing plant, and you have the payment, invoicing, and payment. All the transactions are made by wire transfer to the bank account. So in this example, in the processing plant located in Shala, we have around 800 miners or community of miners delivering as a daily basis their ore, and we are paying them. It's a formalization of the payment on the bank account. And of course, we have to guide them to show them how to open the bank account, how to be formalized. They have 23 steps to pass before to be considered as under the processing of formalization. We have 50 compliance officer on the field with a pickup truck going every day to check if everything is working according to the legal requirements. And thanks to that, we have ensure the full compliance of the incoming or coming to the processing plant. So as said, the gold recovery through the processing plant is more than 90%. And as said, the processing plant can pay the miners a price that is an incentive in itself. What is nice with this type of supply chain is that it is scalable. So since 5 years now, we are working with our partner in Shala. We have customers, and this is very important because we need the demand. So as a small refining company located in Switzerland, we have the privilege of being in contact with the final users, the watchmakers, jewelry makers, the banks, the pension funds who are willing to engage with this type of ethical gold. And we have the direct contact with the miners. So we are kind of a bridge between these two worlds who have difficulties to meet if we are not around. So the scalable supply chain is very simple. We have the ore production ASM delivering to the processing plant, no mercury at all involved. And then the doré is shipped directly to La Chaux-de-Fonds, to Neuchâtel, to our refining company. And then we are producing semi-finished product directly delivered to end users. So the PIX impact model currently used in the region of Chala in Peru had avoided the use of 9 tons of mercury for the 3 tons of refined gold delivered or shipped last year to Switzerland. And this is very pragmatic. This is proven that it works. And so it is scalable. And from 3 tons of gold, 9 tons of saved mercury, we can go to 18, then 27, then 30, then 100 tons. There are many places in countries involved in ISM gold mining where processing plant can be implemented. In a recent report commissioned by the LBMA, displayed 3 weeks ago in Lisbon, the LBMA made 6 key recommendations to support the world artisanal gold miners. And one of these recommendations stated that LBMA and its member, in conjunction with other stakeholders, should define the criteria and requirements that would enable good delivery list refiners to source artisanal gold from processors and intermediate refiners. And this is so important, at my point of view, to encourage more refiners and other stakeholders to engage with ASM, because once again, we need the market to ask for ASM, for the refiners to go and open some new supply chain. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Christophe, and certainly provides some hope that through a combination of innovation and responsible and constructive engagement with the artisanal sector that we can make some progress. I'd like to turn now to Mrs. Santivañez from the Ministry of Environment of Peru. I don't know if we have Rocío Santivañez online.
Hello.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us, Mrs. Santivañez, especially given the time difference, really appreciate that. So thinking about now the policy framework and of course the indispensable role that plays also in supporting responsible engagement of the artisanal and small scale gold sector. I'd like to turn to you and to just tell us a little bit about what you're doing at the Ministry of Environment on this issue.
Okay, a few years ago, I could never have imagined that I would make a presentation to the OECD. Of course, it is an honor to be in the Global Forum environment dedicated to mercury. Well, friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Rocío Santivañez, Director of Pollution Control and Chemical Substance of Peruvian Environment Ministry. Well, the topic to present is related to due diligence in gold and mercury supply chains. So we are talking about the strategy to reject illegal mercury use in Peru. Please, the presentation. Next. Thank you. Mercury is not banned in our country. It is handled as a hazardous material. It is also regulated as evidence of crime in charge of the Special Environmental Prosecutor's Office. And in Spanish, the acronym is FEMA, who carries out the criminal investigation for environmental crime, illicit trafficking of chemicals inputs, and machinery destined for illegal mining. And as a chemical product, control good requires its registration before the National Superintendency of Customs and Tax Administration, whose Spanish acronym is SUNAT. Is an institution that since 2012, by a mandate of rank of law, has been empowered to exercise measures of control, distribution, transport, and commercialization of chemical inputs that can be used in illegal mining. That for the purpose of illegal mining for inputs are controlled mercury, sodium cyanide, potassium cyanide, and fuels. Anyone who wants to carry out any economic activity with mercury must necessarily be registered in the Register for the Control of Controlled Goods. All activities carried out with mercury are controlled by SUNAT, from local scale, storage, transport, service, use, packaging and repackaging and sale of the byproduct. Chemical inputs have to go through the fiscal route where the user necessarily has to go. Control posts for chemical inputs and control at the customs level. And foreign trade, and the next please. And foreign trade, the issue of international transit and on internal transfer in Peru, fiscal routes are monitored. In foreign trade, SUNAT and the Ministry of the Environment work together on the issue of authorization in the framework of Minamata Convention. Historically, we can see the income from imports as seen from the entry into force of the Minamata Convention in Peru. Has import, next please, has import mainly, and one click close. Again. Before this slide, please. Okay, in Peru has import mainly from Japan and Mexico as mercury compound or as a product with added mercury. However, if we analyze the break time while importation in Peru, in the neighboring country increased. The next, please. Presenting a scenario of concern. Only in 2017 are it evident that illegal production was greater than informal. Click, please. Enter. Well, we can see this in this graphic when you can observe that it's evident that illegal production was greater than informal. Which lead us to see the history of sports, where we can see, next please, we can see a gap by showing that the sports in our country are greater than official domestic production, having in average lost in the last 10 years a total of 35 tons of gold annually, due to no registered production with a loss in income tax per year, not collected of $100 million. There is no data to support how much mercury Peru uses. Next. Peru has been able to carry out actions with the support of the JEF, currently in charge of the Ministry of the Environment. We have 2 projects. One of them is with the technical assistance with Planet Gold Peru, whose current intervention has allowed us to establish 4 pilots in the gravimetric system and 2 pilots in handling slash from gold production. Likewise, we are part of a JEF project in the Putumayo border area with Colombia, Ecuador, and Brazil to reduce the impact of gold mining in the Amazon. And the JEF traceability project, in which 6 countries participate: Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Honduras, Mexico, and Peru, so that we jointly implement strategies to control the mercury trade. The Environment Ministry formulates short-term solutions strategies, technologies acquired through financial mechanisms. We know that the market plays an important role in the traceability of the gold production chain. Techniques for reducing mercury are shown. You stop buying. 4 financial products have been developed for the women sorters: gold medals, a solidarity credit, and a payroll discount. And the financial education program for artisanal miners is being refined, and credit evaluators are being also trained, credit analyzed for the artisanal and small-scale gold mining sector, so that they understand how the artisanal and small-scale gold mining business is. The miner works for short campaigns of 25, 30, or 40 days, and the evidence shows that they are good payers. In December or January, we hope to be starting with the first credits that we have through this project that the Ministry of Environment is working together with Planet Gold with the fund of JEF. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Santivañez. That was really illuminating, I think, and really provided a lot of insights for the room, especially in terms of the trade dynamics and what you're doing policy-wise to address some of these challenges. I think in particular, what stood out to me is the joint regional approach that you're taking in cooperation with JEF and the 6 countries in the region to form a joint strategy. Clearly necessary in this situation where there are illicit flows of mercury and gold, and without a joint strategy, we'd be working in silos, I suppose, and also support for on-the-ground projects, and especially those that are adapted to miners themselves. And this is clearly a theme we also heard from Christophe, and this also brings us to Marcin from the Alliance for Responsible Mining. Of course, ARM is working in many cases directly with miners and to ensure that interventions are appropriate to their context. Maybe you can speak about ARM's work through that lens, Marcin. Thank you. Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. So I work for Alliance for Responsible Mining. We're an NGO based in Colombia, and with experience of working with the ASGM in 25 countries. We are pioneers of standards and certification for and market access approach tailor-made for ASM. And we at the moment have worked with over 400 businesses that in 35 countries that source through the fair mine certification. Over 1.6 tons of gold has been purchased this way, generating over $6 million of investment from the private sector. So to give an idea, a bit of a model that we're implementing of progressive formalization and improvement of practices with the involvement through partnerships of donors of the market. It's based on the framework of standards that are publicly consulted, and we have participation of over 500 stakeholders in the development of FairMind and the Craft Code. So FairMind is the best practice standard tailor-made for ASM, and the Craft Code is our take on specifying how to apply due diligence based on the OECD guidance to the ASM. The idea here is to have engagements for different stakeholders on different levels, both with minds that are high up on the their formalization road, but also how we do engage those who are just starting with that. So due diligence, this is the topic today. This market engagement and the way of actually supporting miners on the ground and understanding their needs, really deep dive into understanding the reasons why these risks exist is at the basis of our work. So we define sustainability plans with the miners and kind of have this continuous engagement to mitigate the risks. And this, obviously, we have developed a lot of tools. This is an example of a database that is called the Progress app. And it's a very exhaustive database that gives you information, also dashboards, but also very in-depth information on the performance of the mine sites. And this can be available to the refiners, to the brands, as a part of the due diligence process. Obviously, today we're talking about mercury. So in our standards, we really based them on the Minamata Convention and really focusing on avoidance of worst practice. With FairMind, the best practice standard, really looking at how to plan towards the elimination, so the final goal of the Minamata Convention. In the recent years, we've had a lot of experiences achieving elimination and also mercury reduction in different mines, different contexts. So I wanted to give you a few examples just to kind of illustrate the great diversity of challenges, approaches, and also how the private sector can participate in that. So we're going to start in Peru. We've already heard about Peru. This is a mine that is called Secomip. It's a cooperative, and it's an example of mercury elimination through a more progressive approach. So they have been certified with FairMind since 2016. When they got certified, they were complying with the avoidance of worst practices as per the Minamata Convention, but they committed to eliminating the mercury. So it was an interesting process because I think they managed to take time to understand what their options are, to test it, to witness and really convince themselves that they're not going to be losing any gold, to choose the options, the technological options that fit them. They received advice from experts, but really led the process. They investigated themselves to reassure that there is a buy-in internally and that the decision is made with conviction. We asked them also about the reasons for why what was the motivation to finally eliminate mercury. One of the reasons has to do with the presentation we've just heard. So mercury is increasingly difficult and costly to achieve if you want to do it the legal way. And obviously, high-profile mines like them, they have to be very, very careful with that. And it's this complexity makes you really understand that there is a business case to eliminate mercury from your process. And it goes with a progressive professionalization, better understanding of costs, benefits, running your organization so that you can really realize how this plays out. Obviously, you know, because they have sold 150 kilos over these years, receiving around 600,000 of the premium from the private buyers, the downstream brands, including some large jewelry brands. They managed they felt safe in investing in it, in testing. They could use this money, but also had a guarantee. You know, it's a bit easier to take risks if you have some additional incentives and resources to do it. Also the leadership profile. So, you know, as we mentioned, when they're certified, they're a bit on the spot. So it's a bit of this soft pressure also, if you want to show that you are responsible, if this is something that you really believe in, well, then you have to obviously walk the talk. And at the moment, it's really their unique selling point. They're really proud of the process, especially because they really achieved it themselves. So this is our first example. Now we're going to Colombia and to a bit of a different part of the scale. So from a more you know, best achieving mines, we're going to a group of artisanal miners, a group of women panners and mineral selectors in a part of Colombia also very complicated, affected by conflict. And we have engaged with them also some 5 years ago. Since then, there's been a very interesting organizational process. They set up an association, and actually in 2018, they managed to make the first formal sales, achieving a really attractive price for selling their gold. A few months later, the mercury prohibition kicked in, and unfortunately, because they were not ready, this was the last formal sale that they've done. So it's an interesting example also on you know how that works. Unfortunately, they've been accompanied by different projects. At the moment, they also work with Planet Gold in Colombia, with whom we're partnering. And at the moment, and we've supported them to purchase this mobile processing plant, and the women really invest in themselves in understanding how it works, the administration, and the idea is now that they will administrate this processing plant, and also they will be able to give services to local miners and so on. So this is and I think an important, going back to the due diligence and this kind of legitimization, they are now also receiving some support from a French luxury brand who thought that it was you know, that they have all the reports, all the information of the process, so they thought it was an attractive sustainability investment, and they entered this partnership. So this is an example that hopefully, because there's still a lot of you know, complexities in the process, it seems simple, but it's not. But unfortunately, most of the miners, those who are stronger, already advanced in the formalization, they managed to make it and eliminate mercury. Unfortunately, the great majority has not, and they're kind of, you know, hiding. There is this gray zone where it's difficult to admit that you still use mercury, to seek help, because, you know, it has this status of illegality. And our final example, so then this is the plant. Our final example is in Burkina Faso. So going also into a quite complex region, complex environment. This is we're talking about mine sites that are quite big, with you know, 500 people in the site, and we worked for a 1 million euro project funded by the European Union for 4 years, with 10 mine sites in 3 regions of the country. In each of these mines, there was an association of men, an association of women created, and then registered as cooperative to balance the governance. They managed to open bank accounts, do the miners' IDs, also work in supporting the association organization of traders, who are really important actors in all this, because actually they are the suppliers of mercury. So if a miner has some pre-financing, normally from a trader, they sell to them, and part of the deal is that the trader also gives or sells mercury to the miners. But now looking at also achieving formal sales. But going back to mercury, so one of the objectives of this project was also to investigate a sustainable autonomous setup for elimination of mercury. And we looked at, I think that the moral of the story is there's no silver bullets. Here we looked really at analyzing and optimizing the whole chain. So not just the final part of the process, but if you look at it really, it's a lot of gold is being lost in the process. I'm not going to go into the details, but the idea was to have a low-cost solution, recirculating water because of the scarcity of water in the region. And maybe the biggest lesson here as well is this doesn't work if you don't prepare the miners on how to govern it, what's the business plan, who's gonna support it, how it's gonna work. So you need to work out all these details before to avoid conflict and to really understand how something like that can function. Again, due diligence, we've done, there's a lot of information on this site. Unfortunately, in this case, because of the complexity of the region that is going through a very difficult moment with the terrorism threats and so on, it is very difficult to engage with private sector, even if it's not buying gold, but even just supporting whatever actions is very, very, very complicated. I'm probably running out of time, so just like very briefly, just kind of looking at all these examples, experiences. Here are some lessons learned. So what are the factors of success in our experience? Obviously, it's an economic activity. Unless you have some gains from this, it's going to be very, very difficult to do it. So in our case, for example, replacing manual sluicing with this more efficient process, and also a processing kind of small processing plant made it 10 times faster to process the ore, so the resources were free to actually do the mining and produce more. So even and with similar or better recovery. Level of investment, cost of mercury. We've already looked at this. It's the higher it is, the more pressure to actually get rid of it, or at least use it well. Level of investment, I think, has to do a lot with the next one, which is really the basis. Like if you don't have this internal governance, organization strengthening, it's very difficult for the miners to absorb the investment, because they don't have the tools to run a big processing plant. So I think it has to be done really, measure, prepare the miners and use simple, culturally appropriate, low cost methods where it's possible, even if the recovery will not be optimal. Even it's not gonna be the best out there, but it's gonna be used. Time, we mentioned, the trust building, the really kind of understanding how it works, and seeing that it's not some kind of magic, but it can be done, and the leadership, local leadership, appropriation of the process is really, really important. They need to get their heads dirty. You need to support it, but if it's done by the technicians of the project, as soon as the technicians are gone, this is not going to work. Finally, partnerships. The you need to have this support. And I think that there is a very good moment now with the environment being very high on the agenda of downstream. So maybe we're going to go into that. And I will finish here with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Marcin. Very concrete examples and also really highlights, I think, the variety of different settings that we need to engage with and different kinds of challenges that we'll have to deal with to address this challenge. I do have some follow-ups, but I also want to see, I want to, engage the room and see if anyone has questions in the room. I think, yeah, I saw this, gentleman's hand.
Hello, thank you. I have 3 questions for each panelist, one for each one. For the first one, I think it's very interesting, the idea of the plants, but I think the problem is bigger. For example, I can't imagine how this would be done with alluvial gold in the Amazon. It would be very complex. But I think that AGM is an economic and political phenomenon. It's very complex, especially in Bolivia, and I think in the whole Amazon. It is a phenomenon that is bringing some benefits for the mining sector. They are allowing them to enter protected areas, indigenous territories, the better conditions in taxes, environmental laws. So I think it's a little bit more complex than that, especially in Bolivia, they represent nearly 80–90% of gold production. And they have just imposed the government and better tax two weeks ago. So I think it's a little bit more complex than that. So I would like to see what you think about it. To the second
maybe I answer the first question. So
let's hear the questions. Okay.
Yeah, to the second panelist, it's very important for me because I'm from Bolivia. So I would like to know what is the Peruvian government doing for this situation with Bolivia, because I think Bolivia is playing a negative role, especially for Peru. There is a lot of evidence on that, and I think this is a thing that the government should do something about. And to the third panelist, those experiences are very interesting, but I think there is a big question always in that kind of experience. What about sustainability without support? Because those experiences are good and an example, but sometimes the support ends. And what happened after that? I am asking that because in Bolivia there is, it's even according to the law, they have to recover mercury, the miners, the small scale gold miners. But they received support from Switzerland for 10 years, but they abandoned that practice because of time. They prefer to use that time to take out gold than to recover mercury.
Shall we go around, starting with Christophe on, maybe you could take on the alluvial gold question.
Sure, and you are absolutely right. It is much more complex than just building a processing plant. First, you need to build a processing plant, a region where you have providers, miners who can supply around 100 tons per day of ore. Then you need to ensure to develop a strong partnership with the local management, because it's all based on this strong partnership that you can have the trust of all the suppliers delivering the ore to the processing plant. And then you need, because you need to invest a lot of money in building processing plant, so you need to have the support of the local and national authorities to ensure and to that the investment will last for many years. And at the end, you have to have the willingness of your customers to take a certain amount of risk along the refining company and all the stakeholders to engage with ASM. So you are absolutely right. It's not as simple as that, but the processing plant can answer part of the big challenge. And this is why we need each other. We need some other initiative because for alluvion, I was 3 weeks ago in Madre de Dios, nearby your country, and with a Swiss delegation, with other refiners, with customers, just to go there and to explore and try to understand how we can together find the solution who will make sense for all the stakeholders. And you're right, we cannot build a processing plant there. So we need other initiative to tackle such issue in a region such as Madre de Dios. But what I can see today is something is really changing on the market. We have customers, they're willing to engage in ASM, which was not the case a few years ago. So they are willing to buy ASM gold from any type of initiatives. And we have to work together among all the NGOs, the private sectors, to find a way which makes sense also for the end users, for the customers, to avoid misunderstanding about the different labels, about different initiatives. And we are working hard on that topics as well to promote ASM gold. And at the end, to reduce the amount of mercury needed to extract the gold from the soil.
And now to you, Ms. Santivañez, if you're still with us online, I don't know if you have any comments on the question about cross-border challenges with Bolivia.
Well, first, wait a minute, please. Well, first, thanks for the question. Through the binational cabinets, we have been promoting differentiated strategies. One of them, necessary, is the exchange of clean technologies. As we mentioned, 2 projects. One of them is the other one that we worked together with Bolivia in this project. And the other, approximately, that we have with Bolivia is through the Mercury Observatory of the Comunidad Andina, Andean community, where we have some actions to analyze and to perform some information about the problematic of the mercury in some countries of the Comunidad Andina, Andean community. This is those 2 scenarios is where Peru participate joined to Bolivia.
Thank you. And now over to you, Marcin, on sustainability of projects. Can you speak to that?
Sure. Well, so I think that there are many issues. I think from our perspective, from how we wanted to design our model, is exactly you achieve jumps in setting up the capacity through projects, but then if you have this engagement of the supply chain, which is continuous, because you have purchases year on year, or you have support year on year, then it's easier at least to give some continuity. So we have some mines that we worked with through projects. The project stopped 5-6 years ago, but because there is still this link, and we still have, as a part of the business model, the team, the local team, that is, not as expensive as a global expert, that they can still continue to do the due diligence and to do the support, because we understand that, if you do only an audit once a year, it's not enough. You need to kind of have this continuous involvement. But then going to, because you mentioned a lot of issues also. I think in terms of the protected areas, the Amazon and so on, I think it really has to do with a bit of political pressure. I understand in Bolivia it's complex because of this, the power the cooperatives have, from our experience also in Bolivia, the change was difficult to make, also because the governance within the cooperatives and connections to the traders, there are some also, you know, some links that are not maybe very transparent. There are some perverse incentives actually not to do the change. Then I think there is also an issue. If you have the mines that are, you know, that produce a lot, at some point also the gravimetric methods have their limitations. You know, you can only achieve so far. And here you have the cyanidation plants. And I think this is also, from what I understand, where the Bolivian cooperatives with whom we engaged some time ago, they wanted also to see, well, maybe we need to go to the next level in terms of the technical capacity. But I think here it's really important that it's done with a lot of oversight from the government, and that it's done in a good way. And formality, I think it has to have incentives also, and not only obligations, because from Madre de Dios, we're supporting with partners, working with formal miners there. And in a way, you know, they are a kind of a bit of a roadblock also from other actors who are in the region. So you have these, you know, first islands of formality, but hopefully a more formal ecosystem that can defend also their rights, as long as they, you know, don't operate in no-go areas. I think this is really the only way to go.
Thanks, Marcin. Just want to check with our hosts at the Environment Directorate. Do we have time for one more round of questions, or do we have to wrap it up? Yeah, we have.
Yes, we still have a few minutes.
Great. See this gentleman with the glasses right on the right-hand side of the room. If someone could provide him with microphone.
Thank you for sharing those experiences. Mine is a quick one on, I think, to Christophe. Looking at the technology that we are promoting in terms of processing, following the alluvial type of gold, like in Zambia, this is a major problem we have. We are using alluvial gold, and then the informal sector is actually at 90%. So the formal sector is only 10%. So how can this processing initiative ensure that it gathers from all these parts, because the sites are actually scattered across the country. And if you have to bring a processing plant and mobilize the ore from all these places into a central processing plant, how feasible is it? Just your comments.
It is difficult to address such issue, because first you have to be able to build up the right processing plan according to the type of gold. And talking about alluvial golds, it is not matching with the standardization process we currently have in, for example, in Shala. And then the second issue is how to transport the gold from such region. I was talking about Madre de Dios previously, and just talking about logistic, it is very difficult to find a company who are willing to send trucks, only trucks there to collect the gold and to bring it back to the nearest airport. So in such region as you are mentioning, it is difficult to imagine build up a processing plant, and this is why we are going with all different stakeholders to try to understand what would be the best way to address this, because we need to also to do something in such remote area, and so we have to find solution, but it's among all the stakeholders. As a refining company, we don't have the single answer. We need everybody. So I'm sorry about my answer, but I don't have a ready solution for your case.
May I say something? Organizing informal sector is normally very difficult. I've worked with the informal sector for a while in the past, and what seemed to work is getting them into cooperatives. And so what happens is that if you have to build up a processing plant, you can have a processing plant in one location, and then all the other miners could be organized into cooperatives, and then there is strength in numbers, and then you can also be able to take advantage of the economies of scale. And so all the cooperatives will have will pull together, and they will transport their product, the gold or the whatever needs to be processed, the ore can be transported to the central location. And in this case, then it's possible to have 1 or 2 or 3 processing plants that cover a whole big region, like or even a country. So the organization into cooperatives, I think, would be a good starting point from experience.
Hi, yeah, thanks. So I guess one of the barriers to formalization is the costs, increased costs, and you were describing the taxation involved, and that paying fair market price for the gold kind of covers those costs. And so there's still the incentive there economically to formalize. My question is if you've been seeing, or if anybody who's involved in a formalization project has been seeing that when these communities are being taxed, are these taxes being reinvested into the community in forms of like services or other types of support for the community? And is the community seeing that benefit? Are they kind of recognizing that there is that benefit of the taxation?
Any volunteers from the panel?
I can. You want to start? Okay. On the example of the processing plant, I was talking about the business model of we don't need incentive other than the fair price to pay the miners. But what we are doing is that when we are selling the gold to the final user, so to the watch brands as an example, or to the investors, we're asking them to pay a premium, and this premium are 100% reversed to an NGO or a foundation that we created, and all this money, 100% of that money goes to the communities, not to the miners, because we need to build up a business model who will last even if we don't have premium involved. But with the premium, we are helping the communities, mostly the women, for the different projects linked to schools or other projects. And so even the people not, or the miners or the family not involved with our processing plant, they can see some benefits coming from there without being involved. And they start to ask questions around, and they said, okay, maybe this is a nice move to stop using mercury and deliver the ore directly to the processing plant. So this is what we are doing to help the community.
Maybe to put it in a different perspective. So I think you're completely right. Sometimes when you ask miners, to pay taxes, they say, well, why should I? Like, there's no hospital in my place. I have to pay for school anyway. So what's the deal? And we don't get any support. So I think on the one hand, I think it's working with the governments and we've been working with local committees, with local government, with national government, to identify services that normally miners and the communities should get, but maybe they weren't kind of, getting connected. And you can actually sometimes you can see an institution that has a budget that it can't spend, and on the other hand, people who have needs, and there is no connection. And I think that the major kind of view of this is also in terms of taxing the ASM. I think it's countries have no idea how else to promote employment in these places. And actually, if you don't have this employment, you have a major social issue in these communities. So I think it's also if you start understanding the social importance and kind of local economic importance of the ASM and the avoided negative costs that it can generate, maybe you should start thinking about how much are you actually going to get from taxing it, as opposed to maybe channeling it, I don't know, to support the formalization process and so on. So I think that's always you look at taxes as income, but employment here is a key issue.
Thanks so much. We're going to have to wrap it up now. And I really want to thank all of our speakers, very engaged audience. And also, I think just a couple takeaways. I think we've heard very clarion calls to kind of move beyond these islands of formality, if you will, drawing on what Marcin said, and also on addressing this gray zone, where a lot of these cost issues, the incentives come into play, also dealing with legal regimes that understandably and laudably, are taking on the issue head on in terms of addressing mercury use, but at the same time, maybe in certain instances, if not properly managed, causing ASGM actors greater stigma and sort of reticence to responsibly and constructively engage in changing their technical practices. So, and also just to say, I think, for us at the Center for Responsible Business Conduct, when we look at the due diligence landscape, we remain pretty disappointed in the ways in which downstream firms overall, are dealing with this issue, because we know there are very large illicit informal ASGM flows coming to the market that simply are not being dealt with responsibly. And I think that this goes back to the cost issue as well. We've seen instances, a lot of formalization projects where actually there are dividends paid in terms of efficiency, and actually in the end can reduce costs, at least on a sort of a volume basis. But right now we're seeing a lack of incentives, whether it's due to a difficult operating environment or simply downstream and other firms, in the supply chain that are not really even acknowledging the issue. So that's where we'd really like to see more progress. And thanks again for our gracious hosts at the Environment Directorate.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you to the panelists. And now we'll move to the next session, which will be about economic solutions, economic incentives and financing. So may I call the moderator and panelists on the stage? So the moderator for this session will be Kenneth Davis from the Chemicals and Health branch of UNEP. Ken is a policy and technical expert specializing in the role of science in shaping multilateral cooperation on the environment. And after gaining experience on contaminated seed remediation as a private consultant, he joined the US EPA Office of International Affairs, where he served the US delegation negotiating the Minamata Convention on Mercury. And in 2014, Ken joined the UNEP, and now his work includes managing projects on reducing mercury use in artisanal mining and other sectors. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sylvie. Hello, everyone. And we've got a great session. Actually, we have a two-part session, so we'll have 3 speakers before lunch. We'll take a lunch break and have 3 more speakers. And the panel is on economic solutions, economic incentives, and financing. And in the first half before lunch here, we're going to look at the waste sector, and in the second half after lunch we're going to have some talks which look more at the artisanal mining sector, and we're going to also see linkages between these sessions. And at the end of the session after lunch we'll have time for questions. So when we're listening to these questions now this morning, please listening to these talks this morning, please keep your questions in mind, write them down so that you can we can ask all the panelists questions and have a discussion at the end of the session. So let's get started. The first speaker is going to be Itsuki Kuroda from the Ministry of Environment of Japan, who will be speaking on Japan's efforts to address prioritize mercury waste streams and how external financing to support developing countries comes into play. So Suki, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Hello everyone. This is Suki from Japanese Ministry of the Environment. And I'm the person in charge of Minamata and SAICAM. And obviously I go to the negotiation meetings such as Minamata COP and SAICAM intersessional processes. But the largest chunk of my work at MOEJ is to conduct international cooperation activities. So I'd like to introduce them. So next slide, please. So since the theme of this session is which waste and management solutions should be prioritized for investment, I'd like to share the result of the survey we conducted at the Global Mercury Partnership as an area lead to share the needs we identified, and then briefly introduce Japan's case as a good practice to tackle challenges. Then we also like to share our experience to try to expand the access to external funding mechanisms to formulate projects that support appropriate mercury management, and also how important mainstreaming is to secure such fund. Next slide, please. So as Ken introduced yesterday, the partnership is structured with 8 areas, including wide range of pollution sources and mercury, air transport, and freight research. And the area dedicated to the environmentally sound management of mercury waste is the Mercury Waste Management Area. We call it WMA, led by Dr. Asari from Kyoto University in Japan, and also Ministry of the Environment of Japan, MOEJ. And WMA conducted an online questionnaire survey in the beginning of 2021 to identify types of mercury waste and the management phase to be prioritized for actions. And we received 41 responses from various types of stakeholders from different regions. It's a little, next slide, please. Yes, this one. The survey found that the waste containing mercury should be the highest priority for actions. And small 2 shows that among those, lamps and measuring devices are of the great concern. And small 3 shows that the challenges exist at every phase of management, but especially the collection phases. So next slide, please. So therefore, we'd like to quickly introduce Japanese collection scheme as a good practice. So MOEJ obviously publishes guidelines as such, but the uniqueness of our collection activities is that we've got relevant stakeholders involved, and without having them on board, the effective collection scheme that we have now was not possible. Some examples are listed here. For example, with the support of the Japan Pharmaceutical Association, the collection hubs are set up at the local pharmacies for unused thermometers, etc., from households. And another example is that the Battery Association of Japan has voluntarily set up collection cans of batteries at the cooperating stores. And these cans and the boxes have been in noticeable places. People are aware that these items have to be collected appropriately. For example, we found some old button batteries in a couple of years ago at my grandmother's house. And as soon as I found them, I knew I had to bring them to the local electrical stores to to be collected. And as for the industrial waste, we, with the support of Japan Medical Association, the MOEJ promotes the discharge of used thermometers and also sphygmonometers, yes, for by the medical institution. So we do collections with the cooperation with the relevant industries and also sector association. Next slide, please. So having said that, I actually saw something similar in Paris last Sunday. I went out to have lunch in the 18th district, and apparently this restaurant is really hip place and that offers repair and recycling workshop. And there I found these jars collecting batteries and light bulbs. So yeah, I thought that's really effective and also like reachable to young generation. Next slide, please. So we collect mercury added products appropriately. So what happens to the mercury recovered from them? So recovered mercury must be stabilized with the sulfide and further solidified with modified sulfur prior to the final disposal in Japan. And one of the Japanese companies does this conversion in Japan, and we support this company's technology transfer to other countries in need, as MOEJ believes that the stabilization and solidification of mercury contribute to the safe disposal without a risk of illegal traffic. This is just one example technology, and as the country that experienced Minamata disease, Japan has developed significant mercury countermeasure technologies as well as awareness raising programs and environmental monitoring activities and detailed mercury flow development past years, and we think beneficial for other countries. Next slide, please. So we conducted technical needs studies in 10 countries between 2014 and 2016, right after the diplomatic conference that was held in Minamata, in order to know what kind of needs are there and also how we can assist them by using our experience. The study identified priority issues of each country and resulted in the discussion to explore bilateral and also multilateral collaboration with MOEJ. Next slide, please. But matching needs and countermeasures or technologies is not enough. So we need the funds for formulating project. And as Monica from the Minamata Secretariat mentioned yesterday, we have JEF and also SIP as the enabling financial mechanisms. We participate in UNIDO-led JEF project to reduce unintended POPs and the mercury through the environmentally sound management of healthcare waste in the Philippines as a co-financer. And MOEJ is going to support this project for the certain areas. But on top of JEF and SIP, we are now trying hard to expand the access to other external funding mechanism. So the example are listed in this slide. So it's very small, so hopefully it will be shared. But based on the needs survey we conducted in between 2014 and 16, we identified, for example, the needs for the capacity building, for the substitution and also the environmentally sound management of mercury containing medical measuring devices in certain countries, actually most of countries. And we assisted Indonesia and the Philippines to access Japan ASEAN Integration Fund to formulate project by providing support in their application process, and also explain to ASEAN Secretariat and also Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a donor how beneficial this project could be so to be selected. So also there are 2 projects starting this year or the beginning of next year in Indonesia, funded by JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, which is the execution agency of Japan's official development assistance. And one of the projects to one is the project to improve mercury management that include various comprehensive components by using their technology cooperation project scheme. Another project is to introduce mercury stabilization technologies that I mentioned earlier in the slide. And very soon, this stabilization machinery will be placed in Indonesia by using JICA's SDG business supporting scheme. And I participated in JICA's project formulation processes and also made some inputs to make sure that the project is most effective without the duplication with other initiatives. Next slide, please. So while trying to match the needs and also available capacity or the technology to assist such needs and also the enabling funds, I've noticed really that not only mercury management, but the chemical in general needs much more mainstreaming. We have this information sharing meetings with JICA regularly for us to be able to share the progress of international discussions, such as what triple planetary crises are, as UNEP refers. Because the 3rd pillar, which is the pollution and waste, are not as known as climate change and biodiversity loss, and it's often left by their main focus. Or like we explain how JEF supports chemicals and waste focal area because it's important. And understandably, the donor agency that implements bilateral cooperation have their own focus area, but it never hurts to go explain the importance of chemical management, and that is one of the things we MOEJ do to formulate mercury management projects. The mainstreaming is also necessary in the countries in need because in case of JICA, they formulate projects based on the request from the recipient countries. So why Indonesia has been successful with formulating multiple projects with JICA is that they issued the presidential degree and developed the national action plan to tackle issues caused by mercury and its management. So their mainstreaming was successful. So this mercury management project came to like the first request of that they submitted to JICA so that they could take it like really seriously, because when it comes to environmental management project, often like climate change has more attention than chemical management. So so this is a brief explanation of what we have been doing, and as I would like to address again that for the mercury management, we need a scaling up of the funds. And in order to secure such funds, that we believe that the mainstreaming, not only the donor side, but also the countries in need side is really important. And also not only mercury management, but also chemical management in needs can go hand in hand, because there are some co-beneficial approaches that we can introduce so that we can promote. It's not just about the mercury, but this also helps to reduce like a certain pollutants. So that's what we are trying to do, and we continue to try to access to other external fundings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suki, for that presentation. Very interesting to hear about some of the challenges on mercury waste management, some of the efforts that Japan is undertaking in terms of providing financing, and also this idea of mainstreaming mercury issues, but also the chemicals and waste issues, and linking them with climate change and biodiversity. So really enjoyed that. Thank you very much. Let's move to our next speaker. and I'd like to introduce Ben Vauter from US EPA. Ben will be speaking to us about the chlor-alkali sector, in particular about financing mercury phase out and environmentally sound management from that sector. Ben?
Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Suki. Okay, yeah. So as Ken mentioned, I'll be talking about financing mercury phase out and environmentally sound management of mercury waste in the chlor-alkali sector. Again, my name is Ben Vauter, and I am a co-lead for the UNEP Global Mercury Partnerships chlor-alkali partnership area. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. I guess go back one, please. Okay, this is good. Okay, so just a little background on the chlor-alkali industry. It's a process that produces chlorine and caustic soda, which are important commodity chemicals. It is being phased out under the Minamata Convention, as are many mercury-using processes and products. And the mercury phase-out date for the chlor-alkali sector is 2025 at the earliest, and then the countries can ask for an extension until 2035, possibly. So 2035 would be the latest possible date to phase out mercury from that sector. Since I'll be talking about waste management from this sector, just as these processes and products phase out mercury, there needs to be some sort of solution for what to do with the waste or the excess mercury that is kind of coming from there. And so that's kind of what I'll get to later on in this presentation after I touch on the financing of the phase outs. Okay, so there are some incentives to phase out the mercury cells and convert to membrane cells. For one, there's no mercury used in a membrane cell process, which reduces the cost of regulatory compliance for companies. And so those are compliance costs related to air, waste, and water. Membrane cells compared to mercury cells are 20 to 30% cheaper as far as energy savings go. There's 20 to 30% energy savings on the membrane cell. And the chlor-alkali industry is very energy intensive, so these savings can be significant. And then with those energy savings, the reduced requirements for energy for the membrane cells, there are climate co-benefits with the reduction of indirect CO2 emissions. And then also converting to membrane technology could increase plant capacity. The membrane cells are smaller than the mercury cells, take up less space. So if you're using the same plant that the mercury cells were in and you're converting to a membrane cell, then you could actually increase the capacity by up to 20% within the factory. So next, this is a slide that a colleague of mine put together showing some financial projections under a number of different scenarios. And so we'll focus on scenario 2 and scenario 6. Scenario 2 looks at what the base electricity prices, say the cost of electricity doesn't go up or go down over the course of time, and say there's no production increase during the conversion to membrane cells. Then the break-even point on the investment of conversion would be 18 years. Under scenario 6, if electricity prices increase and the facility decides to increase or they're able to increase production by converting to the membrane cell, then the break-even point will be in 13 years. So this kind of just shows the impact that saving on electricity and then increasing capacity can have on the break-even point, on the payback period for the investment and the decision to convert to a non-mercury technology. Some barriers to financing this conversion is it's very expensive. The upfront costs can be in the tens of millions of dollars. There's some potential market risks, currency risks, political risks, and risks that are more firm specific. And then finally, the cost of the management of the mercury and the management of potentially contaminated sites can really add up and deter companies from converting. So oftentimes these companies are looking into how they might be financing these conversions. And so they're typically financed through reinvestments, profits, and loans. And loans can come from private banks, regional development banks, multilateral development banks, and bilateral aid agencies or export credit agencies. Private banks offer shorter loans at market rates and act risk averse, where multilateral and bilateral institutions can take on higher risks with longer credits at more favorable rates. In Mexico, for example, there's two facilities that are, well, one is still using mercury and the other one is looking to close down the facility. And the JEF is financing a project there. And it's actually the first JEF project focused on the chlor-alkali sector. So it's quite exciting to see how that will play out over the next, I believe it's 5 years. It's starting this year. But it's important to also note that the JEF specifically, they can finance planning for conversions and planning for mercury waste management, but they can't actually finance the waste management itself, or the cleanup of contaminated sites. So over the course of the last 15, 20 years or so, we've been really seeing a pretty drastic reduction in mercury cell facilities in anticipation of the Minamata conventions entering into force, but also there are other reasons why, which I'll touch on in later slides, why these facilities have been converting. And so here you can see that the graph on the left is just showing the sheer number of World Chlorine Council facilities that have either closed or decommissioned. And then the graph on the right shows the corresponding reduction in chlorine production capacity for mercury cell facilities. So essentially mercury cells facilities closing, and then the reduction in total emissions of mercury coming from that sector. And so while the emissions and relatedly consumption of mercury by the chlor-alkali sector are relatively low and continue to fall, there's an estimated 10,000 tons of mercury stored in cells within chlor-alkali plants. And so the issue we're concerned with is what's going to be done with the mercury that is, again, being removed from these facilities. Concern being that, you know, potentially it could end up in other sectors that we don't want to see mercury flowing into, including the ASGM sector. So there are, aside from just the holding cells for mercury from the sector, there are additional sources of excess mercury. So when you decommission a facility, there's a lot of equipment that may become contaminated with mercury. There may be mercury found in just the drains of the facility, surrounding soils, sludge, and other wastes. And so that can amount to up to 50 to 150 tons of mercury could be recovered from these other sources in both closed and operating facilities during a typical year, which is significant. So some of this waste is recycled and may be reused in the industry, in the chlor-alkali industry, or other allowable uses under the convention at this point. So mercury export, one of the compelling reasons that has led to facilities closing their mercury operations is mercury export bans. For example, in the United States and the EU, has reduced the availability of residual mercury from the chlor-alkali sector on international markets. The EU has no more mercury cell facilities. They have completely converted away from mercury. And so in the EU alone, this is an estimated 650 tons of chloralkali related mercury that are no longer available on the market, because they're not able, after they convert, they're not able to export that mercury. In both the EU and the US, mercury recovered from chloralkali must be stabilized. It must be stored and then disposed of domestically or locally. And if it is converted into a stable compound and it's no longer just elemental mercury, it is able to be exported for disposal purposes only. And so countries that don't have mercury export bans, they still are able to export elemental mercury for allowable uses. And so a lot of times in countries without export bans, export is the only option due to limited local regional disposal options. A lot of countries don't really have built capacity infrastructure to house or dispose of elemental mercury. Which brings me to my final slide. To reduce mercury supply and trade, to reduce the threat of mercury making its way into ASGM, financing and focus should be on supporting the management, storage, and disposal of mercury in countries where, for example, where chloralkali facilities may be shutting down in coming years. So the US and the EU have already done this. We've already managed our waste. We have the capacity to store and dispose. There are many developing nations or lower income nations that will be converting to non-mercury, that don't have the capacity to do anything with the high volumes of mercury that will be coming from the sector. And so funding should focus on local and regional stabilization, establishing infrastructure and bringing in technologies from other countries, to bring in stabilization technologies into regions, maybe within Latin America, for example. There could be a few hubs for stabilization, which stabilizing elemental mercury is good because it limits the environmental mobility of mercury first, and then it prepares it for final disposal or export for final disposal. You really don't want to be exporting liquid mercury, better to be stabilized. And then local regional interim storage infrastructure secures the stocks of mercury all in one place, makes it easier to manage. Tracking systems and standards are important. Standard guidelines to track chain of custody to ensure that mercury that is out there is not making its way into ASGM, that the different groups that are involved in managing that mercury along the way as it makes its way to disposal are reporting on how that mercury is being handled. And then really safe handling procedures and guidelines within countries. There's a lot of countries where there are not really handling procedures or guidelines on safe management of mercury. And so the final point is that local and regional investments in the above points that I mentioned here, they benefit mercury reduction and management efforts for other sectors too, including in ASGM. There's, we find a lot through our work with the EPA that in working with enforcement agencies in countries that have ASGM, when they're seizing mercury from artisanal operations, maybe illicit operations, they don't really have anywhere to put the mercury. There's not a built facility that is suitable for storing the mercury. They don't have the right containers for storing the mercury. There's no guidelines for them on how to handle the mercury. And so as we continue to see mercury, as we continue to attempt to control mercury and limit the supply of mercury, I think these 3 points will be really important. So that's it for me. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks very much. Learned about some economic considerations and incentives on conversion, and also I think a common theme of which we'll hear again, I think, is maybe best summarized as what do we do with this mercury and this mercury waste? And so we'll explore that in this session further. Now we'll move to our last speaker in this part one of the session. The next speaker is online, so perhaps the Secretariat can queue up the speaker. I'd like to introduce Alfonso Rodriguez from Pure Earth, Colombia. And Alfonso will be speaking about mercury containing tailings from ASGM in Colombia. Alfonso?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invitation to this important forum. I will share my screen right now. Okay, I will take some minutes to talk about another type of waste coming from the artisanal mining, tailings, and I will point out some important points that we will discuss in this presentation. First, a little bit context about gold production in Colombia. We are increasing our production as a legal mining, 48 tons for 2020, and is increasing right now. And we are the fourth country in Latin America producing gold. From 2018, the use of mercury of mining sector was banned. However, the informal mining keep using mercury, and you can see the illegal mining are also the informal mining is affecting many areas of the country using mercury illegally. That's the big problem. And one of the biggest problems is the type of tailing that they are producing, and also the no manage of the tailing at all in this kind of mining. So what is the current situation of Colombia related to tailings or contaminated tailings? We can find in Colombia, depending on the type of mining, alluvial or hard rock mining, we can find tailings hills like a piles. Also, we can find sacks, and we can find tailing pools everywhere in Colombia. And there is some specific points that or relevant aspect that we can discuss here. First is this is generated by the informal mining. There is high concentration of mercury in these tailings, but also there is a high representative concentration of associated gold keep in that tailings. So that's produce a new alternative for some miners. It's not very usual in other countries, but here the market of selling and buying tailings between small miners is increasing and increasing, and there is an informal market because we don't have any regulation related with that. And there is another environmental and social and economic problem because there is no regulation at all how to manage the kind of tailings. There is some overlapping responsibilities between the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Mining, because if we talk with the Ministry of Mining, they can say that is mining material, but if we talk with the Ministry of Environment, they say it's a hazardous waste. So this is the point that always we can discuss. And how to deal with that? The Ministry of Mining just opened a new law this year related with the circular economic opportunity for miners using this kind of tailings, or all kind of tailings, but the problem is that tailings that contain mercury inside. That's the biggest problem. So our effort as a Pure NGO here in Colombia, we combine different funding from Department of State, also for UNDP under the Planning Gold project, and for USAID funding in other projects. So we are improving and combine many things, and that I want to show you here. One of them is that we are collecting information for what are the contaminated sites coming from the tailings. And there is only a part of Colombia is 212 at the moment that we are identified. And you can see the west coast of Colombia is affecting at all Antioquia department, Choco department, Alluvian, and hard rock mining is the biggest problem here. So there is an environmental problem here. But the issue is, what is about the social problem? This is the same place. You can see in the first picture, there is a school that is a playground here. If you turn around, you can see the other type of the coin, that is the tailings coming from artisanal mining. So the children are playing next to one tailings contaminated sites. So what is the people affecting? How we can solve these problems? There is a social problem, environmental problem, but also they might have economic problem because they need to live from money. That's a big issue. So coming from the last Minamata Convention of March, this guide was a basis and a chapter for the new inclusion for the guidance of the preparation for the national action plans to reduce mercury. And we produce also another guidance specifically for Colombia at the left side. So you can see how we can manage the tailings. There is first a characterization that we can do. Then if we identify if the tailings is with high concentration of mercury, we need to treat. So we need to create new ways to clean that tailings or any stabilization. But the problem is that it's still gold inside. So the miner will keep processing these tailings to get more gold outside these tailings and create new opportunities of economic. The idea is, okay, what happened after that process? How is the final disposal? How we can stabilize the mercury in that tailings and not produce environmental and social problems with that community that is exposed to that tailings. This is the biggest issue that we need to figure out. So we combine, I mentioned before, 3 different projects, and we are working with some experts and create or do some adaptation of using copper paste to reduce the concentration of mercury on the tailings and open the opportunity maybe that the miner can reprocess these tailings in a good way to get more gold. We are trying, and we are also in some pilot tests, we get until 80% of reduce of mercury on tailings. But on the other hand, as Ben mentioned before, how we can create the way how the storage this mercury, how to good disposal of this mercury that we take out of the environment. So that's one of the issues that we are working on and keep working on that. There is miners that have more money, that processing plant and using cyanidation process to produce more gold from tailings, only from tailings, not for ore. So the idea is to, on the Minamata Convention, one of the worst practices is use cyanidation process combined with mercury that produce the mercury cyanide compound. That's the most toxic compound on the planet. But the miners keep using it illegally and informal way. So we need to work with them and replace that cyanidation process by other free mercury techniques and avoid that they combine the cyanidation process with the mercury. That's another issue in order to get a better benefit and economic advantage of this one. We also, on one of the projects for UNDP at the Planet Goal, we developed what economic model for one community, mining community, and the profitable of the process is very impressive. We can increase the profit of the value of all the process to produce gold for the community, and we did the estimation for the following 5 years, and the results are very impressive. But right now in Colombia, we are suffering some economic problems. So we need to reevaluate again if this model is applying or not. But the tool exists, and we can apply this for other countries as well. And finally, some highlights for the discussion and this issue. Even this is from the Colombian context, is a global concern. What happened with the governments? What happened with the communities? What is the real roadmap that we need to do to manage this kind of tailings that are contaminated with mercury and other metals? Could be lead or arsenic as well. But the issue is we need to create something very good for them. Also, the mercury concentration and the meteorological characterization of the tailings is a critical variables that increase the or reduce the effectiveness the copper plates that we use. That's a big critical issue that we need to figure out as well. There's still gaps from the technical administrative point of view manage the tailings, and also there's a lack of clear pursuit of final disposal of these kind of tailings. Maybe stabilization, isolation. There is no clear guides for them, and it's not always the same amount. Could be 1 ton or 100 tons, and the process should be the same. But the amount of tailings produced by the small miner is huge. The tailing price in Colombia is growing. So I mentioned before, the small miners now realize that there is still a high concentration of gold inside the tailings. So the price increase every single month is increasing. So one example, 1 year and a half ago, the ton of one tailing could be $30. Right now could be $150 the same ton of tailing. And we hear the final issue is that this could be a new opportunity for a sustainable economy for small miners. But we need to develop a good guides, good protocols, a good process to get good in a good environmental way, a good social way as well. That's part of my presentation. Any question? So, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alfonso. And the work that you're doing, Alfonso, is really on the cutting edge of these efforts to characterize the issue of mercury-containing tailings and to look for solutions to clean them up and to provide economic incentives to do that. So it's the end of part 1, and I'll turn it over to OECD to tell us about lunch. But I just want to ask you again to remember your questions that you might have had for these part 1 panelists, write them down, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask questions and discuss among all the panelists afterwards. So don't forget the questions that you have. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, please come back after lunch at 2 p.m. Paris time for the second part of this session. Thank you. Bon appétit.
Morning.
Adam.
How are you today?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm surviving. It has been a long couple weeks, but we
I'm
get it.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
But it is, you know, the joys of having a first child. It's been wonderful, but it's a lot of work and a lot of illness, surprising. So.
Oh, yeah. Don't be surprised by that.
Yeah, well, you know, certainly there's no playbook for this. People kept telling me, I was like, oh, it'll be different. It'll be different. So,
yeah.
But I apologize for not responding to your email. But thank you very much for sending that our way. Yeah, it's a learning experience for sure. So certainly outside, I'm learning as I go. So
yeah. It's an experience for all of us. I just put it that way. We're all just kind of working our way through things.
Yeah, the analogy that comes to mind is building the plane while you're flying it. So.
Yes, it does feel that way for sure. Yeah. Our latest challenge is we're having our annual program meeting in Kenya next week, and Kenya Airways is on strike. So that's awesome.
Yeah, there are certain things you can plan for, but yeah, things like that, you know, it can take the wind out of your sails. But I mean, no doubt you guys are adjusting, but wow, what a pain.
Well, we haven't really adjusted yet because you know, every day they're like, well, they resolved the strike today. And so anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, you are certainly at a much different level than for having to organize this stuff. That's just brutal. That's just brutal.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, worst comes to worst, we can rent a car. It's a nice long 8-hour drive, but
where would you drive in from?
No, I mean, I'm flying to Nairobi on Lufthansa, so that's not a problem, but it's the internal flight that's the issue for us.
Gotcha. Okay, that's right. I remember now that it's not in Nairobi.
Yeah. So. Hi, Diana.
Hello, good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm doing well. I think we might be the only ones here. I don't think our colleagues in Paris are back from lunch yet.
Okay.
Do you know Adam Kiefer by any chance?
No, I think it's the first time we meet.
That is correct, Diana. It's nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm a little bit, you know, what's the word for it? Fear of missing out, because so many people I know are in Paris this week. Here I am, still at home.
Where is your home? It's
I'm in Washington, near Washington, D.C. Yeah. So
trying to check the share option somewhere, but I don't find it.
Yeah. Do they have a copy of your presentation?
Yes, they do.
I told them in my case that I wanted them to drive the presentation, so I don't need to share. That's introduces an extra element of, you know, problem. So
well, I thought I will be sharing myself, but as I don't even find the option, I guess I will just drop them an email saying that.
Oh, there's Hannah.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
How are you? Thanks for joining. I know it's very early where you are. So just to recap, Suzanne will be running your slides. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a big echo sound. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, it's because I'm joining with my computer. Diana, I'm just checking whether we have your slides.
Yeah, you do. I wanted to share these myself, but I don't even find the button. So please share it.
No problem. We'll do it. We'll take care of it.
Diane, I think you're going first. Can you tell me in your presentation, is there any background slide on, well, I guess I'll see it since you're going first. I have a standard background slide on, ASGM, but I'm wondering this will be, the 10th time people have heard this during presentation. So I might just skip that slide if you're covering that already.
Yes, I do have one slide with the number of people involved in mining, what is the percentage of women in that sector, that sort of statistics, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hannah? Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I prefer to go on stage so you can hear me. Just to let you know that the participants can hear us. So, because we can leave the practice mode once we launch the event.
Yeah, that's okay. We didn't say anything untoward.
Do you have questions for us or?
Yeah, just to make sure, can you just describe, is there an MC who will be introducing us or?
Yeah, so there will be, hang on, I haven't got my notes here, but so there will be a moderator that will introduce you. I think we decided, hang on, who goes first? I need to check the program.
I think it's Diana, then Susan, then me, if I remember correctly.
Thanks, Adam. Perfect. We're just waiting for the interpreters to do a quick sound check, just to make sure that everything is translated into French. If you could just make sure that you're on the off channel. If you see the interpretation button, you'll see it's the first channel. Just make sure to stay on this when you take the floor.
Sure. I would love the ability to be able to share my slides. I know that I've sent them over to you, but the ability for me to toggle back and forth, I think would be great. Right now, I do have the share screen, but I can't share it while the other participant is sharing.
Absolutely. Yeah, you need to wait. For a bit. But I mean, you have this option. All panelists do so.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, well, see you in a bit.
So Hannah, can I just ask one other question? In terms of the way, or maybe it's up to the moderator, will it be the moderator will introduce us, we'll have a question and then the next panelist, or will we go all three panelists in a row and then take questions?
Yeah, absolutely. You will, so the first one will do his presentation and then until the third, and then we'll take questions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. So please stay on the line. We're just looking for the interpreters. I'll let you know once they're back. Diana, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was just wondering if you could send us your PowerPoint presentation, because you sent it via SharePoint and we're not able to download it.
I can send it. If I'm to send it through email, I will send it in PDF.
Oh, well, I have the PDF version. Are you okay with sharing the PDF version? Yeah? You don't have
Yes, because otherwise it's just too heavy.
Perfect.
This is why I sent it through the SharePoint.
Okay, because I don't know, for some reason, for security reasons, we can't access it. We'll share the PDF. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I will try, but I think it's just simply too heavy.
Okay, no problem. Thanks, Diana.
Diana, are you really not seeing the share screen button? Because it suddenly appeared for me. If you just move your cursor down to the bottom.
Yeah, I have. Yes, it is there now.
Yeah, it wasn't there before, and then suddenly it just appeared. I'm like, where'd that come from?
I can test, actually. I can test.
I'm not sure you can share it when currently someone else is sharing.
You don't have the rights.
They're going to have to relinquish control.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to try and share your slides? Do you want to
maybe just as a test?
Paula, can you just take down the current presentation, if you don't mind? Can you just close the sharing? Can you just stop sharing? Okay, you can have a go at it now.
Yes, works.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, and I'd like to do the same thing as well, just to make sure.
You want us to share the presentation, right? Is that what you said?
Okay, I'm done with my test. I'm fine. Thank you.
Can you see that?
Yes, looks
Perfect.
good.
Thank you.
But so I noted though that for Susan and Diana will be sharing the slides.
No, I will not. You just drive my slides, please.
Perfect.
But Adam and Diana will be doing their own. I prefer. I'm just for various technical reasons.
It's one less thing to deal with.
Well, it often, for some reason, I have a 2-screen setup, and for some reason, I often get the case where my notes are showing. And anyway, it's better to just have someone else showing besides me because of my technical setup.
But I was, on the other hand, lucky because I was delivered and the country was so slow. So if I had done it the other thing, I would have had no way. Then I'm an expert and then it is completely different. I tried to do adaptation online training. Yeah, still quite tough. Yeah, I didn't think of her as replacing. I know she did stuff, but if I wanted to get the thing. Yeah. Basically, what we have to do is Hey. Good. All right, Very broad shoulder. I think that would upset the mechanical balance.
All right, everyone. So I've been told we're going to start the second part of session 2. So I'll just let everyone get situated, and then we have virtual presenters. That's why it's just me up here for the part 2. Okay, Shall we get going? So I hope everyone had a nice lunch. We're back for part 2 of the panel on economic solutions, economic incentives, and financing. And in the first part of the panel, we heard on the topic of mercury waste, mercury supply and mercury waste, and got some interesting presentations and glimpses there. The second part of the panel now turns the focus more towards artisanal and small scale mining. And as I said before, after these 3 presentations, we'll have a discussion with all 6 panelists. So I'd like to introduce the first speaker of this part 2, and that is Diana Culillas from the Swiss Better Gold Association. And she's going to be talking about economic instruments and incentives to accelerate the uptake and development of alternatives, as well as disincentives to conducting business as usual for offsetting damage.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Thank you for being with us today. Diana Culillas, I am the Secretary General of the Swiss Better Gold Association, and I will take you quickly from our point of view what kind of incentive we have developed within our initiative, what we call the Swiss Better Gold Initiative, in order to support artisanal and small-scale gold miners in reducing the mercury. Okay, so the first challenge is in passing the pages, right? Sorry for that. I don't know what's wrong. Is it still visible, my screen? Yeah, here.
You can see this slide now.
Okay, so good. So the Swiss Better Gold, we are working as a private-public partnership between the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, what we call SECO here in Switzerland, and the Swiss Better Gold Association. As the name indicates, we are based in Switzerland, near Geneva. And this is really the program we are running as a public-private partnership between representatives of the public sector through SECO and representatives of the private sector through this Swiss Better Gold Association. Our main objective is to support artisanal and small-scale gold mining, and sometimes also in semi-industrial mines, to improve their social and environmental practices, and also to facilitate them, once they have improved their practices, facilitate access of these miners to the markets. So this is a double objective we have within our initiative. And we are now working in 4 countries: Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, and Peru. A few figures, I guess these are not new ones, and more or less everybody has already heard about the estimated number of people employed in the artisanal and small-scale gold mining. It's about 100 million people, depending on this activity, between 15 and 20 million of direct employments. We estimate that about 30% of this workforce are women. We do have some supply chains where this percentage is even higher. So it is an important income generating sector for these men and women. And as we also know, this sector produces about 16–20% of the world gold. So for the Switzerland, as you know, it's an important market for the gold industry. There is an estimated 70% installation capacity, refining capacity installed in Switzerland between the various refining companies. There are about 500 brands, watch and jewelry brands, using gold in their products and creations. And depending on statistics, there's about 500,000 of watches exported from Switzerland abroad on average. So it is definitely an important hub for gold. And this is why we have created this association in the initiative on the ground. So within the initiative, we are working on the continuous improvement escalator approach. And because we believe that we can't expect artisanal miners or small-scale miners to fulfill the expectations of the global market, let's say, easily, without any kind of accompanying activity. So together with our members within the association, we are now 27 members, meaning 27 players of the gold industry keen to support ASM and to buy from these kind of producers. So together with these downstream partners, we have defined what are the critical or basic criteria for kind of readiness to engage with these ISM producers, and progressively what would be the full expectations of these producers, so that these downstream players can trade with these operations. So we thought that it's important to start from the legality. So that is the first criteria of our improvement escalator. And there we also have, typically, as we speak about the mercury, one of the key criteria already at the first step of the escalator is the worst forms of use of mercury. But I will come back to this point a little bit later on. So progressively, the operations are improving their extractive practices, social practices, environmental practices, and start receiving the Swiss Better Gold Impact Premium, what we call. However, what we thought it was that it's important that the producers at each step of this escalator have a specific incentive, a good reason why to stay within this continuous improvement process. So one of the elements at the first step of the escalator, one of the motivating factors is indeed the technical assistance that they can receive from our teams on the ground. As I said, Colombia, Bolivia, Peru, and Brazil. And that these teams, composed of mining engineers, social workers, and other specialists around with the knowledge about artisanal small-scale gold mining, they can accompany them in closing different gaps, including those identified in mercury treatment or management. So at the first step of the escalator, while these operations fulfill the basic criteria, they can already trade with members of the Swiss Better Gold, which is another incentive for them to stay within the system and to keep climbing the escalator. And then once they reach the full compliance of our criteria, they receive the impact premium, as I mentioned, which is used for different social and environmental projects. Also, which can be about mercury elimination activities, but again, I will come to this a little bit later. So we, together with SECO, when we were really defining the initiative and what would be our instruments, so we were thinking about having a system with the shorter and very short supply chains, stable commercial relationships, and through these short direct relationships, try to create a greater economic benefit for the mining operations, as I was saying, through the premium, through the fact that they are able to trade directly, through the technical assistance. So in all of these different instruments, creating these enabling conditions and giving different incentives to engage in better practices and to keep moving on improving these practices along with our teams on the ground. So for the short maybe explanation of the impact premium, because this is really the financial instrument we have developed that really helps us to boost the activities, social and environmental activities with the mines. So altogether, the premium is $1 per gram for every gram of fine gold traded through the system. So 70 cents go back to the mining communities, mining operations that have fulfilled all the list of the escalator, all the criteria of the escalator approach. And 15 cents go for the technical assistance for those operations which are still on step 1 of the escalator, and they still need some technical support from our teams in order to close the gaps that the team has identified, to improve their technical managerial practices and really to accelerate the dynamic of this continuous improvement process. And last but not least, the remaining 15 cents go for the cost of the association and the verification costs for the whole system. So to give also assurance to the end buyers, to the brands and banks and all different members of the association that what we qualify as being responsible ASM gold, it is truly what we say it is. So this way we really try to create a virtual cycle, a very sustainable financial instrument where we have really, in watch industry, we call it the self-winding mechanism. So the system, as it generates volume, it feeds itself for the environmental projects, social projects, and technical assistance projects. So if now we take some examples of how exactly it works on the ground. So as I was saying, for the step 1, for instance, the criteria of the expectation is that there are no worse forms of use of mercury. And from there, our teams will identify a work plan that will be articulated to the operation. The mine will identify with this work plan, and then we move together along the escalator towards elimination of mercury in step 2 of the escalator. And all that system is fed from this technical assistance fund from step 1 to step 2. And once the mines are on step 2, further on from the Better Gold Fund. So it's really a continuous circle of improvements. So typically the examples of assistance we may give for step 1 for elimination, or for initiating this elimination activities, could be the purchase of gravimetric tables, supporting the miners with the visits of specialists in gold recovery, so that they can give advices on how to run these gravimetric tables, etc., so that they really learn through this process of continuous improvement approach. And then on the second step of the escalator, then this is where we really would like to bring the mines without any use of mercury. So there we have, for example, the example of the Brazilian operations, where we have initiated our activities end of last year. So so in Brazil, it is allowed to use mercury. So therefore, what we said, okay, we accept these mines in step 2, while they use mercury in closed circuits with a very good recuperation rate. However, we will use the premium to do the last stretch and to totally eliminate the mercury. So therefore, we have, together with those mines, we have established a multi-year plan of how to phase out of the mercury by using the premium that we are generating. So it will take certainly a couple of years until we generate sufficient funds for that sort of investment, because it will be first, I guess, an important investment. But nevertheless, operations are committed to work on these elimination plans and to adopt the technologies that we will advise or will provide them. So this is really how it works within the system between the technical assistance and the Better Gold Fund itself. And just maybe a few results, since we have initiated the Swiss Better Gold back in 2013. As of now, some 100 mines received technical assistance from us. We exported 13 tons of gold in the meantime. We count about 6,000 direct and 31,000 of direct indirect beneficiaries of the initiative. About $500,000 were invested in different technical assistance activities, one of which is the mercury elimination, as I mentioned. Altogether, we generated $9.5 million of impact premium, which we are reinvesting in the mining communities, so operations and the mining communities around. So this is not earmarked for mercury elimination, as I mentioned, but that is one of our criteria. And altogether, it's important to say that it's less than 10% of our network mines that today still use mercury. But nevertheless, that's still the objective, and this is where we head towards. I think very quickly that is all from my side, and I will be happy to answer any questions from there on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. And yes, we'll do the questions with the rest of the panelists at the end of the session. But thank you very much for telling us about how the Swiss Better Gold Association is facilitating responsible mining, looking at the financial sustainability and using this escalator approach for continuous improvement. So we'll go on to the next speaker. And the next speaker is Susan Keane with the Natural Resources Defense Council, and Susan is also coordinating the Planet Gold program global project. And Susan is going to speak about financing and options for financial instruments for improvements in mining and generating the conditions for mercury-free artisanal mining. So Susan, if you're online, you have the floor.
I'm here. Thank you. Thanks, Ken. And thanks for the organizers for inviting me to participate in this panel. So as Ken mentioned, I'm going to be speaking about improving access to finance for artisanal and small scale gold miners in the context of the Planet Gold program. So I think someone there is operating the slides. Could I have the next slide, please? Since Diana already covered this, I think that we can skip this slide, but just to note that, it's a global sector, a lot of people involved, a lot of benefit in terms of livelihoods, but of course also negative social and environmental impacts that we're trying to avoid. So the trick is to get the economic benefits while avoiding the social and environmental impacts. Next slide. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the Planet Gold program, it is a program funded by the Global Environment Facility and implemented by various GEF agencies led by UNEP, and other implementing agencies include UNIDO, UNDP, and Conservation International. And the purpose of the program is really to help parties to the Minamata Convention to meet their obligations under Article 7 to reduce and, where feasible, eliminate the use of mercury in small-scale gold mining. And so the Planet Gold program has this mission and vision shown here on the screen. But importantly, the program recognizes that the use of mercury in the sector, is really just a symptom of the broader informality and lack of professionalization of the sector. So while, of course, Planet Gold does focus on transferring improved technology, it also has other pillars like formalization, obviously, is key, and to improving access to formal markets, and also improving access to finance, which is the topic of today's discussion. So next slide, please. So while we're contemplating how to improve access to finance, I think it's important to first think about what are the barriers to formal finance. So of course, it's always good to remember small-scale miners have access to finance, but it tends to be informal finance and sometimes from somewhat illicit actors. So what we're really trying to do is help them be part of the formal system and access normal pathways of commercial finance and investment. So what are some of the barriers to that? Those barriers exist for the miners, but it's also important to realize that there are barriers for the financiers themselves. So you have to think about both kinds of barriers when trying to develop successful interventions. So on the side of the small scale miners, for example, obviously lack of legal status and informality is a huge barrier. I think as Diana mentioned, that's the number one thing you have to be as a legitimate legal miner to access technical assistance and government programs, but importantly also to be able to apply for a loan to get, legal and formal finance. From the finance provider's point of view, there are very significant reputational risks with engaging with the ASGM sector. So even if a given mining cooperative or organization may be perfectly formal and perfectly legal, just engaging with the sector overall, because the sector as a whole has a bad reputation, there's some reluctance to do so. So that becomes a barrier generally for anyone in the sector trying to access finance. Another barrier is the inability to meet the due diligence requirements. Again, Diana laid out some of those requirements, and you probably heard about them in the previous session. I would say it's not even that the miners can't necessarily meet these requirements. I think a lot of them already practice in a way that they would meet the requirements, but it's the requirement to demonstrate that, to document it and to verify it that becomes the barrier, because that's a lot of paperwork basically. And they don't really even know how to do it. On the side of the finance provider, similarly, financial institutions do due diligence on those to whom they lend money. And it's a high cost of due diligence if you have a lot of small operators and often in remote areas. There's also a lack of appropriate finance products from the point of view of the miners. They need debt products or investment products that really fit their particular circumstances and the way they do operations. And on the flip side, a lot of the finance providers are not familiar with small scale mining. They just don't really understand how the business works. And as a result, they don't know how to develop products that are tailored to the needs of those miners. For example, mining can often be very seasonal, and miners need some flexibility in terms of repayment schedule. That's just one example of how you would have to develop a tailored product that recognizes that reality of small scale mining. On the side of the miners, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them lack formal business experience, just basics in terms of bookkeeping, accounting, record keeping, et cetera. So they don't have the paperwork really to show how their business is run or what their profits are, et cetera. On the finance provider side, how that looks to them is that there aren't any investment ready projects. They don't see, projects presented to them in a way that their eyes are familiar with seeing, in a fashion that business pitches are usually made to them. So there's a lack of just available things to invest in. Small scale mining generally is small, hence the term. But it's funny because sometimes small scale miners who are very small, can get access to microcredit, and miners who are more medium scale can get access, are more professionalized, can get access to commercial finance. So it's sort of these people, sometimes they call it the missing middle. Those who are kind of in the middle, caught in the middle, don't have access to finances at an appropriate size for their needs. On the sides of the finance provider, of course, from their point of view, there are very high transaction costs with making loans to a lot of small entities. And finally, a big barrier is lack of ongoing support from the government. Of course, there are programs like the ones Diana just described, bilateral interventions, government programs that ebb and flow based on, available funds and political will. But in terms of having the long-term, sustained, consistent assistance needed to do technical training and business training and getting permitting and all that kind of stuff, having that on an ongoing basis, that in a long enough term that they can move from being in an informal to a formal sector, is often lacking for many small scale miners. On the side of the finance providers, there are also regulations and other circumstances that might inhibit their ability to participate in the sector. So as an example, some countries prohibit foreign investors from providing funds for investment in small scale mining. And so that's a big source of investment that may not be available. Next slide, please. So taking into account all those kinds of barriers and really keeping all those things in mind, the various countries of the Planet Gold program have been testing and are in the midst of testing access to finance models. Currently, there are 9 projects in the Planet Gold family, and we will be expanding to a total of 23 countries in the next few months. And all of those projects have an element of testing access to finance. So we have lots of laboratories, lots of experiments going on. And what I'm going to describe is, just very high level kind of conceptual models that different people are trying, just to give you a flavor of what's going on in these countries. Next slide, please. All right, so one common model that's being used is developing debt mechanisms that have payment intermediaries. So for example, Ecuador and Peru are currently trying this model. The basic concept is that you have a financier, some kind of bank, that makes a loan under certain conditions to a small scale mining producer. That producer sells their gold to a designated gold buyer at a discounted rate. Then the gold buyer agrees to use the difference between the market price and the discounted rate and uses those proceeds to make the repayment of the loan on behalf of the producer directly to the financial institution. So in this way, the gold buyer becomes the direct repayment instrument, as opposed to every small scale miner making payments directly back to the bank. So this, in a way, the gold buyer kind of becomes a bit of a guarantor of the loan. So this is actually carried out in a little bit different ways in each country. In Ecuador, this is a largely public model. The financier in that case is the National Bank of Ecuador. And in the gold buyer is the Central Bank of Ecuador, which, like in many countries, has a responsibility to buy gold from small scale gold miners. In the case of Peru, this is being tested really at a more private sector commercial level. So in that case, the financier is a local bank, and that they are working with the small scale gold miners. But here's an interesting twist. In this case, the loan mechanism is really for equipment only. And the while the small scale miner is the one who's taking the loan from the bank, when the bank actually disperses the money for the loan, they send the money directly to the equipment supplier. And so then the equipment supplier sends the equipment to the small scale mining operation. So that way the equipment supplier also becomes part of the ecosystem. And then again, the small scale mining producer sells their gold products at a discounted rate to a gold buyer. In the case of Peru, the gold buyer is actually a central processing system, which then again is the one who makes the repayments to the local bank. So this is being tried in these two countries, and we're watching closely to see how this mechanism succeeds. Next slide, please. A couple of countries are trying what I would consider to be pretty traditional loan guarantee facilities. So this is, working with the bank to provide a guarantee on losses from lack of repayment, for example. So two of our countries are trying this mechanism, Colombia and Burkina Faso. In the case of Colombia, they've used some project funds to support a moderate $200,000 line of credit, working with the financial cooperative of Antioquia. The money can be used for clean technology, but also importantly, it could be used for working capital. And that importantly can be used to, for example, for compliance with due diligence requirements. So they can use that money to document their compliance with the craft code, for example. One special feature of that fund is that not only is it a loan guarantee fund protecting the bank, but the fund can also be used as an incentive for miners. So if there are miners who are meeting all their repayment schedules and following all the rules that have been set out by the system, they can actually qualify for having part of their liability canceled, or some of their payments could be set aside for them in a savings plan in the bank. So this way, that fund isn't just protecting the bank, it's also incentivizing the miners, which I think is a very interesting feature. In the case of Burkina Faso, they're raising about 430,000 to support a credit line that's about twice that size. They're working with the local bank. There were a couple of candidates last time I checked. I'm not sure if they've decided on the bank that they're going to work with yet. Again, it could be used for clean technology and working capital. What's the interesting twist about Burkina is that they are raising the capital for the fund from multiple donors. So it's going to be sort of a multiple donor trust fund, if you will. And that's not just development agencies and governments and the projects, various funded projects, but also from other stakeholders who have an interest in creating a clean source of responsible ASM gold. And that includes large-scale mining companies, that work in that region, refineries who would like to buy responsible gold from that region. So there's a number of public and private interests who are being approached to help raise money for that multilateral fund. Next slide, please. So the final model that I'll talk about is a forward purchasing agreement model that's being tried in the Philippines. In this case, again, miners are being given technical assistance training in how to comply with the Planet Gold program criteria, which are a branch of the craft code. It's basically the craft code with a few extra requirements that speak to the requirements of the Minamata Convention and of the Global Environment Facility. When the miners are able to show compliance with those criteria, they take that to the Central Bank of the Philippines. The Central Bank of the Philippines, in turn, agrees to write a forward purchasing agreement for the gold that the miners will produce responsibly under that set of operational criteria. The miners then can take that forward purchasing agreement to a local bank and use it as collateral for a loan. And not just any bank, but there are a number of banks that are being vetted specifically for participation in this program. So they know really what that forward purchasing agreement's all about. So with that collateral, miners are able to take a loan, they're, for equipment or operations, whatever, they're able to produce the gold in an environmentally and socially responsible way, and then able to sell that gold to the Central Bank of Philippines according to the terms of the purchase agreement. So this is also a model that's being tried. Next slide, please. So those are, again, those are just very high level conceptual models. Of course, there's lots of details associated with each of them, but just wanted to give you a flavor for some of the things that are being tried. We have every intention of documenting and disseminating the results of how those models work. We're still midstream right now, but hopefully in the near future, we'll have a lot more evidence to share with this community about the success of those kinds of models. But I did want to share just a couple of practical lessons that we've learned so far, even just during the implementation of these models. So first, the need for technical specialists and field-based due diligence. There's just no getting around the fact that in order to give credit or make investments, there need to be people in the field, boots on the ground, eyes looking at what's going on with the operations. A second point is maybe obvious, but just to reemphasize, local fabrication of equipment can really lower the finance needs of the miners. The difference between imported equipment and locally fabricated equipment can be quite substantial. So really emphasizing local fabrication, not only to create ancillary business, which is also a really good objective, but also to lower the finance needs of the miners is a really good element of intervention programs. There is a need to train miners on business skills. I think that's a common element of a lot of programs. But there is also an equally important need to expose the financial community to small scale mining so that they become more familiar with the sector and not so scared of it. And that includes field visits. Bring the suits out to the field and really show them what's going on. Talk to the miners directly, really understand the sector in more detail. And then finally, although in this presentation I've talked about debt models, there are cases where equity models, direct investment in a business may be more culturally attractive than debt in certain settings. And there are, in fact, a couple of our projects in the program that are helping establish social enterprises with the ASM cooperatives so that those cooperatives are situated and primed to be able to enter into equity agreements with local or even international investors. So stay tuned. We will be, we still have a ways to go to finish the first phase of the Plan a Gold program. And it is our intention, as I said, to make sure that we document and disseminate the results so that these models can then be helpful evidence for others who are designing programs in the future. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Susan. Yeah, it's really important to get this financing thing right, I think, for the ASGM sector as a way to be able to scale and have sustainability. I mean, you can't do pilot projects at all of the thousands of sites, and to get a self-sustaining way to promote responsible mining, these finance models and options have to be improved. So I think this work from Plan a Gold is great. You can also see on the Plan a Gold program knowledge management knowledge platform on planagold.org. There's a lot of the materials that on finance and other pillars of Plan a Gold that you can check out. So have a look at that if you haven't. Okay. So with that, we'll go to the final speaker of the session. And this speaker is also joining us remotely. I'd like to introduce Adam Kiefer from Mercer University. And Adam's going to talk to us about how to promote the adoption of mercury-free mining techniques and perhaps some ways that these techniques are successful and some ways that they're not. So Adam, if you're online, the floor is yours.
All right, can you hear me? That was not supposed to be as difficult as it was.
We can hear you. I can hear you.
And can you see the slides?
Yes.
Good. All right. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with all of you today. You're going to notice that the title of this presentation is actually written as a question as opposed to a statement. And it's written as a question because we're all working on an answer to this question of how to promote the adoption of mercury-free technologies. The reality is that what works in one context and culture may not work in another. And so the best way to promote the adoption of mercury-free technologies is really to identify the barriers to adoption, whether they be real or perceived, and find ways to overcome them. And you've heard both Diane and Susan speak to this, all this great work that's going on. And the reality is that we do know one thing, and that's that mercury-free processing does work. It works significantly better than amalgamation of the concentrate. It's safer. It's so much more efficient. You see in excess of threefold higher recoveries of gold in most cases. It makes miners more money. It's definitely the way of the future. I mean, on the left-hand side here, you can see a shaking table separating gold from black sands. It's something that is visible to miners, and yet there are multiple challenges ahead of us. And Susan talked about, one of the biggest ones, which is going to be access to finance. And there's a lot of emphasis, and there's been a lot of progress in this area. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but I'm going to largely talk about my work with Conservation International Guyana and specifically discuss the obstacles they are facing to transition from a successful mercury-free demonstration in the field to adoption of the technology. Our initial work in Guyana started off taking a look at the supply chain, the other side of the supply chain, identifying paths from a miner who produces mercury-free gold to get that gold either as ingot or as jewelry to the international market. But everything that we've done here makes the assumption that there is, in fact, a stable supply of mercury-free gold. And when we started asking questions around that, CI Guyana was very upfront with us, and they said that there's not yet a stable supply of mercury-free gold, but they have a great demonstration of it in the field. And they asked us to take a look at it and to meet with miners and stakeholders on the ground and determine its effectiveness. Now, the demonstrations that we're running were in two locations in different regions called Madia and Pruni. And today I'm going to largely be speaking about the demonstration in Madia. We went into the field. We saw the demonstration. We spoke with the owner operators and their family and their workers. And during this time, it was a member of the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, the GGMC, a governmental agency who's responsible for overseeing all of mining in Guyana effectively. And they actually quoted this as being the single most effective demonstration of mercury-free mining technology in Guyana's history. And they've been doing this for 15 years. And that's a pretty big time window and a pretty bold statement. And so the question that we need to ask now is, how do we transition from a demo to adoption of this technology? This is where, as we say, the rubber hits the road. This is the question that needs to be addressed. A demonstration of mercury-free technology should be accessible to all, and we make sure that it is. There are experts that we bring out into the field to make sure that this happens. The organization has communications experts to get the message out. They have geologists, geological experts that grade the ore, assist in surveying and prospecting. They assist in determining what technology works. Specifically in Madia, this work was done quite well. And they also, there are engineers that go out and optimize the mining circuit. And so all of this is done, for this demonstration, but there's a couple things that are rarely addressed, which is that the technical aspects of the demo may not necessarily be transferable as done to different regions, different ore bodies. Also, sometimes we see that the real costs of setting up a project and a demo site and a functional mineral processing circuit are not necessarily explained to those who come in for the demonstration. And in reality, we oftentimes, because the demonstration should be accessible to all, we need to identify who has the capacity to operate independently of the grant or the agency that is bringing this this material down. And so the question is, if the demonstration should be accessible to all, should the promotion itself be more targeted? Let's take a look at this. So we were talking about financing and equipment costs in general. And so just a breakdown of the numbers, this is just specific to the Madia demonstration site. And so working with some of the people from CI Guyana, we've come up with the following figures. To replicate the cost of the demonstration from the ground up, assuming that a miner has no equipment existing already on site, would cost about $160,000. And that's quite a large number, but it's not insurmountable for many operators. And there's a couple things that did stand out to us. So we were surprised to find out that the transportation of equipment to the site had a cost of about between $25,000 to $40,000 US just to get the equipment there. And you can actually see why right here. There are no roads in the interior of Guyana. They're actually referred to as trails. And as Susan pointed out, mining can be seasonal, as can our ability to get the equipment out into the field. This is also assuming that equipment was purchased internationally. And Susan actually pointed out in her talk, getting locally manufactured equipment cuts this cost tremendously. But one thing we were not surprised about is that the site prep, the grading of the ore, the site selection, the analysis, constructing equipment on site and preparing the site in general, it costs a great deal of money. And most miners in Guyana don't prospect at all. It's not part of the mining culture. It's certainly not a best practice, but it's just the way that it currently is. If a miner using a conventional sluice box that is doing only concentrate amalgamation fails to find gold, it's because there's no gold there and they move on to the next site. This is their form of prospecting. The concern is that if a miner uses a new technology and fails to find gold, as opposed to what they've been doing for generations with mercury use, it might be believed that the new equipment itself has failed, and that's enough to kind of push it to the side. The reality is that mercury is always the external option here. There is always an option. And in Guyana, where mercury use is legal, it's a totally viable option. But in other areas where mercury use is banned, it still remains an option. If mercury is always the external option, you can always slide back to mercury use. Now, financing will help cover the cost of the equipment for sure, and under certain circumstances, it might even offset transportation costs. But the reality is that the experts, when they go home, expertise costs money, and it takes time to develop both expertise for financial aspects and technical aspects of mining. And so we have to remind ourselves that utilizing equipment is easy, but optimizing the process is not. And so when we talk about this, in principle, short-term adoption is easy. In Guyana in particular, there's a small but very affluent set of medium-scale miners that could probably afford this equipment without any external funding or any external financing. But to make it work and to have it spread, we need to make sure that they're able to successfully use it, not just purchase the equipment. Long-term sustainable adoption is going to require the ability to select, and I'm sorry, not select, but to target a group of people to initially adopt this equipment who are able to survive downtime, are able to take, in some cases, weeks to bring the equipment out, set it up, optimize it. And during this time, you have to be able to pay your workers. And you're not producing gold at this site unless you have additional dredges set up. So you're really looking for a miner who's well established, who has capital to survive that initial transition. And you need the engineering and the financial know-how to navigate the early days and to adjust. Technical support is a key component in Guyana. The GGMC is a tremendous resource for miners. And they have the capacity to train and the mandate to train and assist with prospecting and setup for these mercury-free endeavors. But as with anything, engaging them takes time, money, and planning, and they need to continue to develop their expertise as new technology comes into the country, as does new types of mining. Something really important is understanding the long game here, the difference between improved recovery versus cash in hand. It takes time to set up these systems, and basically being able to have this gold in hand using conventional mercury, it makes a lot of sense for a lot of miners to be able to pay their workers, reinvest it in additional conventional mercury intensive mining operations. And then again, all of this is in order to avoid what I refer to as mercury recidivism, the ability to go out and just switch back over to mercury. And we'll give this as an example. So the demonstration in Madia, Guyana, their best day, they processed 14 tons of ore to recover 24 grams. They, based on previous prospecting, they had 100% recovery. This is absolutely phenomenal. And they were able to push 1 to 2 tons per hour in order to do this. Whereas the conventional miners would push 5 tons per hour, the recovery would only need to be 30% to recover the same amount of gold. And in essence, in Guyana, the way this works is they just simply push more ore through the system. And the recovery suffers, but gold in hand increases. And this is always an option in these sort of situations. So just kind of to wrap up, the adoption of mercury-free technology requires financing, but it also requires a decent amount of capital on hand to really survive the setup and the planning and getting the equipment out there. It also really requires selection and planning prior for the demonstration, clear identification of the scope and limitations of the technology that's being brought out into the field, and targeting specific operations who can really embrace the new technology and apply it quickly to minimize those downtime losses. But something that I believe Diana brought this up earlier is, when does the technical advising stop and how does it continue when the project is over? And it seems that the Swiss Better Gold Initiative has found a way to do that, to reinvest in this technical advising to make sure that there are opportunities to continue growth and continue to improve. And then finally, this project was funded through Conservation International Guyana. It's a joint project between Mercer University and Duke University. And the Ministry of Natural Resources, the GGMC, the GGB, and the Guyana Gold and Diamond Miners Association has been critical in getting this work through. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Adam. Thanks very much. I think we saw there a continuation of some of these themes from previous talks, namely the importance of a sustainable model that's going to continue after project is over, after a particular intervention is over, and seeing that it's good to see this recognition that this kind of project sustainability and sustainable solutions for the sector has to be built in to the interventions. So that was the last presentation, but the session is not over. We have discussion time now. So I hope you remembered your questions for the speakers from before lunch. And actually, if I could call up Ben and Suki to come up. And hopefully we have the other 4 panelists online who can also be available to answer questions. So just to remind you, in the pre-lunch, we had Suki talking about mercury waste, Ben talking about chloralkali mercury, and we had Alfonso talking about mercury tailings in Colombia. Yeah, so let's open up the floor now to questions for all 6 panelists. Yes, sir.
Yes, my question goes to Susa. That was a very, well, first, the last panelist exposed something that I think is very important, time. And not just a price is an incentive for AGM, as the last panel, well, the last discussion concluded, but it's also time, no? So in this matter, to Susan, the question would be, it's a very interesting analysis of the barriers of finance, but I wanted to ask if they made some kind of analysis of the incentive for the illegal finance. No, as you know, AGM is linked to drug illicit circuits, to prostitution circuits, and they have, for example, easy money, quickly, and all these things about money and time is very big incentives for these illegal finance circuits. So that's my question for Susan.
Okay, thanks, Susan. If you could take this question about illicit finance, and I also forgot to mention that the folks online can also put questions in the chat, right? And we can have those questions too. So Susan, do you want to address this question?
Sure. I know that there were other sessions during the meeting that included discussing illegal trade and illicit finance. So I hope that the questioner also was able to attend some of those sessions with people more expert than me on those particular issues. But I can say, yeah, you're absolutely right. There are illicit sources of finance that are more than willing to invest their money in these operations because it's a way of them getting gold. They can use gold for laundering, all kinds of circumstances. And there are miners who are attracted to that. But there are also, number one, plenty of legal miners. Recall, small scale mining is sometimes linked to the things you described, but certainly not all the time. And there's also downsides to engaging in criminal activity that a lot of miners want to avoid. So the real question is how, if you're developing a financial mechanism, how do you attract miners? What's in it for the miner to go and get formal finance? What are the benefits? You know, for example, Diana listed some of them. You know, it's a stable relationship. It's a long-term relationship. It's a legal relationship. It's, you know, there's lots of there's an incentive. There's a premium paid. There's lots of reasons why a miner might choose to go for formal finance as opposed to, you know, maybe a short-term benefit of illicit finance, but there's also plenty of risks associated with that. So in summary, it's really just a matter of looking at it from the point of view of the miner. What is that miner, what is the benefit of that miner of taking formal finance versus taking informal finance, and try to develop formal finance mechanisms that have these attractive elements that are sufficiently attractive to draw the miners away from those illicit or arrangements and make them more likely to enter into these formal agreements.
Thanks, Susan. Any more questions? We have a question from the from an online participant, Sylvie.
Yes, it's questions to Susan again. It's about, the question is the following. Susan's data show high involvement of women and children in these activities. What are the impediments for women and children compared to men obtaining these loans? Will microfinance be considered especially for women?
Yes, thanks for that question. So yes, certainly there are special impediments. In addition to all the impediments I already described for minors generally, there are barriers for women's economic participation in the sector. Those are both cultural and sometimes, you know, legal. Ability of women to, you know, access finance without going through a male, you know, sponsor. Inability to access certain jobs in the sector. You know, they aren't really allowed to go into the mines and extract, and that's where the actual division of profits comes from, how much you extract. Still lots of domestic responsibilities that impede their ability to participate fully in the economic workforce. So there's all kinds of barriers. And I do, again, like Ken, I'll do a little plug for the Planet Gold website, planetgold.org. We have a gender and mining curated collection of resources, and you can read there, a lot of information from around the world, literature that's been developed on gender issues related to small-scale mining. In Planet Gold in particular, all of the projects do have gender elements and are trying to specifically address overcoming some of those barriers. And some of the projects are working with different microfinance and other kinds of institutions. In one case, a ministry of women, trying to develop specially designed products, financial products that are accessible specifically for women miners.
Great, thanks, Susan. Any other questions? Not for Susan. Let's just give somebody else a chance to answer a question. Yes, Elena?
Thank you. This is more of a comment, I think, rather than a question. It's related to waste. We've been working on projects mainly towards phasing out mercury-added products, and then, of course, the countries afterwards they have this issue of what do we do with the waste products. But actually, what we've seen is that some of the models that we have in developed countries, also some of the ones that you presented, the separate collection, the streams, etc. These, unfortunately, they don't all work. So we need to they don't work in developing countries. So we just need to be mindful of these and of all the different options that we have. And then in many cases, because there is an issue of resources and how to treat the mercury and the mercury-added products and the mercury within them, there needs to be some kind of prioritization of which of the streams you may need to be looking at, and also foresee the disposal solution before actually starting to collect. So these are some issues that we have been discussing, but we think it's really important, because otherwise we end up starting collecting whatever lumps and everything, and then you end up having like little contaminated sites or contaminated areas, because the countries, they just don't know what to do with it. And there is no immediate in whatever length this immediate is, solution of the disposal. So this is just more of a comment and something that keeps coming up in the last years of our work. Thank you.
Thanks, Elena. Do you want to respond, Suki, to that comment, or
thank you.
to it?
Yeah, thank you, Elena. I totally agree that what you said. And then when it comes to the Indonesian case, since it's not signed, I cannot really disclose what's the content, but this project that is funded by JICA is very comprehensive. So it will address what your concern will be. And also, it will address. And also, since this technology will be, not technology, but the stabilization machinery will be placed in Indonesia. So we hope that it will be usable for them. But the problem is that, like you said, if the collection process is successful, that means there will be lots of waste. And this project was supposed to be signed 2 years ago. And so I was involved since 2 years ago. But since it's delayed during this time, more waste is already piled up. So this machinery will be placed, but then they are supposed to start treating 2 years ago, but they cannot catch up with how much they wanted to treat them by now. So those issues, of course, comes up, especially during this COVID. There were so many unexpected issues, but hopefully we'll try to solve and try to meet what the Indonesian, the ambition to achieve their national action plan, because we are not here to tell them what should be done. We are here to support their national action plan. So hopefully we'll try to be their help.
Thanks. And yeah, Ben, that's great. If you could add, it also occurred to me that chlor-alkali sector might have a similar issue, closing down plants before there's a real good plan for what to do with the mercury. So maybe we're thinking the same thought.
Yeah, right. I was just going to add, I think sometimes we think so much about disposal, immediately to disposal, and to your point, these products are being maybe phased out, and so the government, they end up in the government's hand or some local authorities' hands, and So establishing some sort of interim storage, maybe an initial focus on interim storage of mercury before we get to disposal is actually really helpful within a country. But it's, and you say this, it's expensive, but I think there are some pretty inexpensive options to just build a concrete facility and have it be temperature controlled. And, you know, so there are some basic guidelines that would be generally inexpensive, I guess, relative to what the disposal options might be, considering that there are not many. And yeah, I guess that's all I wanted to say on that, is think about, when you think about disposal, think about interim storage as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I think there's I think a guidance developed by the Minamata Secretariat on interim storage as well that's available. Okay, Lena, do you want to respond to that? Then I'm going to go to Stefan, who's had his hand up.
Yes, so sure about this. It's just to make it also more concrete. To give you the example, we are working now with the Caribbean region. So, for example, in Antigua and Barbuda, they had some funds from Jeff Pop's. So they, by building a Jeff Pop's interim storage for waste POPs, they are building also like an annex for the mercury. So this was possible for them. Actually, we are trying to work with them to see how this could be happening also in the other islands. But then the other islands, who for whatever reason they didn't have this funding to build even the cupboard, as I call it sometimes, you know, because it's a very small. You may not need a very big room for specifically for some of the products. This is not really evident, and this is where I was saying that this interim, let's say, space or interim storage or interim whatever, it needs to really stay like short. So there you need to figure out how you're going to get the waste out of the country, because nothing can happen within, and it might not be worth to have like a bulb crusher there, which has all sorts of other risks. And, you know, and also in the longer term, there will not be enough waste to treat because they are also phasing down. So all of these, that's why I was talking about prioritization of what to collect and knowing what is going to happen to it. And that's why also this came out in earlier discussions, that we need to be to try and have the most of the information available and try to link the dots there. As for example, the Jeff Islands project, which is also going to look at these aspects of disposal. It's on chemicals and waste, and we'll be looking at these aspects. So we're trying to see how to connect our work with this work and other work happening in the particular region, but it's the same elsewhere. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that, just as a response, I think that that's a great idea to connect all of the waste streams to see where it's all coming from, and try and combine it all together to then figure out the disposal solutions from a specific region or a country. Because sometimes there are the benefits of having the volume, allowing you to then stabilize, and then makes it more economically viable to treat the waste and dispose of it.
Great. Thanks. That was a great exchange. Stefan, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, my name is Stefan Böse-O'Reilly. I work for Pures. Just a little comment and then a question. Comment is, gold mining from 1870 in California and Australia released mercury as waste product, and still now you can't go into these areas, you can't do fishing. So the waste issue is really, really important. So I think if the devil is out of the bottle, it's out. So it's very good that we have this session. And it's excellent, and it's really a difference to years before that governments like Japan or international institutions like Jeff and Planet Gold are funding so well, and even private initiatives are like Swiss Better Gold. It's excellent what's going on. But the question is, how sustainable is this? And especially when Susan says we have a project, it sounds like then when the project is finished, Adam was raising this question, what happens then? Can the miners just continue? And the other question is, it sounds good to have 23 countries, but we have 10 to 20 million miners. So how many of those miners have we approached? You know, when the Swiss have about 100 gold mining sites where they work. So how many of those 10 to 20 million people, miners, are we working with? How sustainable are these projects? Can we really ensure that this goes on? Is this really a snowball system that will in the end get every miner to reduce mercury? So this is my question, and this is to all the panelists more or less.
Thanks, Stefan. Great question. Yeah, how do we scale? And we're all thinking about this, but it's tough. So there's perhaps Diana or Adam, you haven't answered a question. Would either of you like to speak to this?
I can start maybe, then Adam, you jump in. So from the Swiss Better Gold perspective, we are celebrating our 10th anniversary next year. So we are still young, but nevertheless, we were able to scale. In our first year, we were engaged with one mine, and we have exported 27 kilos of gold. Now we have we are about 3 tons per year. So we feel like we found a way of making this scalable. We have the instruments, the financial instruments for this system to be sustainable. And we believe that this should not be run as a project indeed, because the day you have the international cooperation and project, the day you pull off your plug, everything may collapse. So reason why we have this double objective within the initiative. First, support the producers to improve their practices. And second, establish those supply chains, because actually what I believe that these miners need, it's not necessarily charity. What they need is stable commercial relationships, which can allow them to project themselves into better futures, stable future, fair conditions, etc. So, and then now regarding, can we reach all the 20 million? Maybe not. Certainly not, because out of those 20 million, there is a part of the miners who are today illegal and who wish to stay illegal. And for those, typically within our instruments, we do not have sufficient motivation for them to make them climb the escalator. So we need other motivating factors, including those provided by the producing countries, so to make this momentum happen. But for those who are willing to climb an escalator, it looks like we found something that more or less works. Adam?
Yeah, I think Stefan's question hit the nail right on the head, right? Which is, it's easy to demonstrate that this equipment works. It's hard to convince people to take it up because it requires time, it requires money, it requires the development of expertise. And this is why targeting specific miners early on and having a clear approach to this is so important. If you are targeting miners who are living paycheck to paycheck, and I'm not talking about subsistence miners, I'm talking about even in some cases, miners who have been in the game for 20 years and turn a profit, they need to have the ability to, demonstrate that this works quickly, it works efficiently. The reality is that right now, for many of the most small scale miners, the true artisanal miners, there are limited options to replace mercury. And that's just the reality. What we need to do is target the people who we see the biggest impact. Now, some people say that they're the biggest users of mercury. I'm not always sure that that's 100% correct, depending on where it is in the world. But, certainly, I mean, that's where you want to start. This targeting is important. And I think one of the things when we talk about sustainability, the project-based nature of this development work, it's the best we have, but it may not be, the best possibility. And so demonstrating that we can convert a project and get some sort of foothold in a given region, success breeds success. It all starts with targeting the right people. And to be honest with you, every time you put out one fire, there's 5 new ones to put out again. But it's, we really need to target the right people. I would also point out, and I think that this is also just the nature of the work that we all do, we are very comfortable in talking about the successes and disseminating the successes. We need to make sure that we also disseminate what doesn't work and why it didn't work and under what conditions it might work. When we take a look at phase 1, phase 2 of Planet Gold, they're actually independent. It is incumbent upon the people who do this work to bridge the different phases and to make sure that lessons learned, even if they were painful for us, don't get replicated in the next generation. And I think that's how I would approach that question. But it's the most important question I think that we have, Stefan.
Thanks much. Do we have time for a couple more questions, Sylvie? Okay, yeah, I like, but about the way, Adam, I like the idea of reporting on the failures and the successes too, and maybe we need to have some kind of a registry for the interventions, like in clinical trials, so that we were kind of forced to report the successes or failures no matter what. But Christophe, you had a question from a while back. Can I?
Sure, thank you very much. I would like to come back to Alfonso Rodriguez from Pure Earth. I don't know if he's still with us. It was interesting to listen to him about the tailing from the old ASM activities. And today, what I can say that we have customers asking for good traceability, strong compliance, but also to create impact on communities and to have a very low carbon footprint for their supply chain. And tailings may be part of the answer for such customers. And I was wondering if there is in some countries some database that could be of interest for such reprocessing activities. So type of tailings, where, and I was wondering if what could the government make to promote or to encourage reprocessing of tailings, which can bring a lot of impact on local communities and low carbon footprint because the carbon has already been used for extraction.
Okay, Alfonso, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we'd love to hear some thoughts on that question from you.
Okay, very interesting question. Well, talking about database, I know that it exists one biggest database about tailings, but related with the large mining and illegal mining. For illegal mining, the only database that I can refer is a Pure Earth database, contaminatesites.org, that you can see the most of the contaminant sites that we are identified coming from tailings. And also that tailings it have a concentration of coal is related with database and related with the carbon that storage. Yes, that's the biggest issue that I think the government, all the governments, I specifically talk about Colombia, should include that in all the process to a new regulation. We need to change the regulation to reinforce the regulation for the small miners and see what happens with the tailings, because it's a big concern globally, I think.
Thanks, Alfonso. Martin, maybe this will be the last question. Yeah.
Thank you. I think going back to the question on how we act at scale, I was wondering, it seems that it's relatively easy to get to a point where you comply with the kind of avoidance of Minamata worst practices. But we kind of at some point started insisting that we can't use mercury at all. I was wondering, from your experience of the Global Mercury Partnership, how it happened, because it seems that if you have scarce resources, maybe we could use them on really attack the volumes. It seems also that if you really give a good idea to the miners and that they see it is working and it can be locally produced, it kind of spreads because they see that it's working at similar sites. So maybe kind of a reflection on this. And before I just to add to Christophe's argument on CO2, and maybe also something that we could encourage the downstream to invest in ASM. It's also a very low carbon intensive way of extracting gold. So like we saw that around for a certified mine, 6 times less compared to a large scale mine. If you look at CO2 per person, it would be 50 times less. If you look at artisanal miners in Burkina Faso, it may be up to 1,000 times less CO2 intensive per employment created. So I think it's also a very important argument of how to bring people to engage with the sector.
Great, yeah, thanks, Martin. It's interesting the comparison with the large scale sector in terms of carbon intensity. And I think that's something we should look more into. I think also, it reminds us to look at cases of land degradation and deforestation, which could maybe have the opposite effect, but I think that's well taken. I know we're running out of time, and is there any panelists who wanted to comment on any of Martin's points? We can also continue the discussion, but we do have another session, so we will wrap it up. Thanks so much to our panelists and all 6 of you here and around the world, and to the audience. I think we got some great discussion and inputs on mercury waste and the challenges involved in managing mercury waste and global, national, regional strategies for treatment and disposal. We also had a great discussion on the artisanal mining sector and this very tricky but critical issue of sustainability and scaling, and how do we reach 20 million miners when we have limited capacity for interventions. So food for thought, and again, thanks to everyone. Thank you.
So after this fruitful discussion, we deserve a coffee break. You have until 3:45 to Paris time to come back, and then we will have our conclusion session with the new panel. Thanks.
Reducing mercury and focusing more on living. I think part of the answer in the plan program, the decision was made to demonstrate pilots in the actual on-the-ground sites. That's just the stakeholders wanted the refiners that we work with. So you started on yeah, I mean, Mercury officially declared as a role. Inside the information, that's not happening. Interesting facts. Silver, you know, the big balls of silver. 5 years ago, would never try it. There is that gold trade, silver transaction. Now, yeah, so the demand is so high. you're going to do the intermediate finance, and I think the final traders, yes, I think that's very important. So, we've got to get through what the definition is. That's how I so, how they do well. Depends on what's the operation is. If it's like you've got those small requirements that are, for example, recycling tape. But then there could be an LDA that never use the restriction. But they're doing by field paper, they'll be doing RMI. I think that's interesting. They're the only ones that can survive from the small guys and kind of obviously, this is a great example. If you have the community scale and the region and the ore and the conditions and so on. But then you're going to always have the rest. And what do you want to leave them? I think, and with those still, you've been doing an interesting process with the local players and some of them started doing public reporting and how they do the rest. So I think there's a lot to do there, and everyone kind of, no one was started. There's always like there have been a lot of those ones, but then if you don't do work with them, the whole kind of taking the diligence process to the ground, they are supposed to be totally fine. But who's getting, how's that story getting out? How's that story getting told? Because at the moment it's just but if you've got a situation where you've got an international requirement and they say this is our supply chain, because they have to tell us this is their supply chain, that's the case. But if you then indicate about supply chain, this is where it's going. You know that you're telling a good story of that you can legitimately do business and improve it. So, and one of the things that is doing almost a risk rating, country risk rating. Because the big discussions we've had is quite interesting. But that's not low hanging fruit. That's the highest hanging fruit should be. And I think it's noticeable. I haven't been in the whole day, but it's very simple. I'm just looking at also in exactly the same way. You know, even like financing, you can say, okay, you don't have to actually buy it sometimes, so it's like logistically impossible. But at least recognize and support it in some way so that they can continue at least selling them locally. Yeah. But then you talk to brands and they feel like good enough stuff. Thank you. What price is this one? Here's this. Here's the top 5 countries that you probably should be doing. If you're dealing with those also the infrastructure in place, considering those rights, legal bank, resounding elements, and this way, what would be reasonable problematic position of that? If you don't want to stay up from under the there's always the risk of Colombia has been going for more than 10 years. People of Colombia, first reaction is like, and then there are a lot of good things that you get. So how do you avoid to actually what is the good after and do the back? It's really great because you know you have the song. They had a local they were working. And they've been working with for 2 years. Something went wrong. I've been there. One of my favorite proposals of it's produced bullshit. Share the risk and need that
what I use was like that, improve it, and then something happens. I definitely say that they always take a step back.
I sort of get it.
Yeah, then the food is that the stuff you can the legitimacy. If you have really good people, but you come to the papers, the government is not working, like, school makes the decision that they're legit, for some to get from the compliance.
In that country, put an NGO that say it's doing a good job. That's a big tip. If the government says they're doing a good job, except that they don't have a license. If you've got the Rocío Santivañez, these guys not going to purchase the material, but they have a doing. So what the those things out of the state, go and say, the LBMA is no, because yeah, we can get that information. When you're receiving the Lord, we have to create like a silver pond. People what is over there? Yeah, but it's a great project because so you have, some electric, but how do you define if it's a case of exploitation or if it's a just use? Because this is the most difficult thing to tell you that in the same region, where they operate, you have all these specific clients, or you have the some are more technical, others in-house to provide help the miners to sell their gold under their conditions. And I find this is like very, very key. Certainly when you start to languages, would it hurt that if you're having that person
so you can't tell him it's you, or maybe you can put in a golden star or something. So I don't know, we have
this chairs are all broadcast today. So we was I'm not on this. I'm not speaking. Yeah, the short answer. He's good. Panel moderator?
Yeah.
How are they chosen? In my answer, I mentioned yeah, that is about the product. You would know straight away. So, something about the climate goal. Okay, it's very nice, guys. Oh, yeah.
Are we missing one chair? I think so. How to procure one. Claudia, okay. Rachel, we're missing Rachel. Rachel. We need one more chair. Because we don't have a chair for Rachel. Oh, should I go over there? I don't know. Oh. Should I move to make room? Maybe that would work. Yes, maybe that would work. Okay, Rachel, why don't you come here and I just. Yeah, does it work? Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's you know, we seem to. Okay. Should we start?
Yes, welcome again for this conclusion session of this global forum. To lead us in this conclusion discussions, we have today with us Kumi Kitamori. Kumi is the Deputy Director of the Environment Directorate at OECD. So she supports the Director in overseeing the work of the Environment Directorate. And this Directorate provides relevant and timely information, analysis, and advice to support governments in identifying and implementing the environmental policies needed to support a cleaner, more resource efficient and low carbon green growth path. And in addition to that, Kumi is also the head of the Green Growth and Global Relations divisions. And in this capacity, she oversees the mainstreaming of green growth in the work of various policy committees of the OECD and in member and partner countries. Kumi, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Sylvie. Good afternoon. So happy to see many of you. And this is the very last conclusion session. So I hope everybody's staying awake and we'll try to make it as lively as possible. So here we are to talk about how to foster international cooperation and also public-private partnerships for mercury-free supply chains. And the goal is to talk about, again, cooperation and also how what we've been talking in other sessions, but also how other sectors might benefit from such cooperation along the supply chain, but also international cooperation. We have a brilliant and large panel of experts here today. And let me introduce Claudia Dumitru. She's from Ministry of Environment, Water and Forests from Romania, and she's also the Minamata Convention COP5 president. So nice to have you here. We have Roges Ankra. He's from US EPA on the far end. And Tirapon Itsuki Korn. I hope I said it right. She's from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand. And she's also the co-chair of the Global Mercury Partnership Advisory Group. Nice to have you here. We have Kay Williams. She's our own chair of OECD Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee. She's from the UK, DEFRA, Department of Environment and Agriculture and Food and Agriculture. Sorry, I think of DEFRA always. She's from the UK. We have Rachel Kamande. Nice to have you. I think it's better you sit there rather than me. She's from an NGO working on lamps from Clean Lighting Coalition. It's called Lamps from Clean Lighting Coalition. Thanks you for your participation. And then we have Ludovic Bernardat. He is from the GEF chemicals team from UNEP in Geneva, I suppose. And then last but not least, we have Neil Harvey. He is the Chief Technical Officer of the London Bullion Market Association. So I'm looking forward to hearing about gold bullions. So without further ado, let's start the panel discussion. And I have a few questions and that you also see in the program for this event today. But maybe we can start by talking about the global supply chain. How can the global supply chain involving mercury can be made more transparent? I think we have a few colleagues who might want to address this. Who wants to go first? Kay?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the organizers. This has been a really informative meeting. And I think we've heard a lot about the supply chain over the last couple of days, including about how to create the demand from the downstream users and including the customers about how to get their gold that's produced in a safe way. As chair of the Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee, I just wanted to let you know of a project that we are doing to see the willingness to pay of consumers and the general population for products that are produced in a safe way. So we do have a project that is looking at that. And I know that from initial findings in the survey in the UK, customers are willing to pay an extra premium for goods that they know are not going to adversely impact their health due to the chemicals that are either in them. So I know this is an ongoing project. I know that the project is initially focusing on health endpoints, and we want to move to environmental endpoints. But I do think that is a really interesting project that could feed into the work that we've been listening to in the last couple of days. The other thing that I wanted to touch upon is something that I don't really know much about, but it is something that I think we need to investigate, and that's about green taxonomy standards. So this is, I understand, and I'm going to read it so I don't get it wrong. So I understand that these are a set of standards used to understand whether an economic activity is environmentally sustainable. And they can be used to improve transparency on environmental performance and mainstream sustainability into risk management. So companies can disclose their percentage of their activities that are taxonomy compliant, and those companies have investable financial assets, which investors can then invest in. So my knowledge is a bit limited, but I really think there's something that we could do to harmonize these international standards, and that the OECD can then use this work in wider conventions such as the Beyond 2020 process, which is currently being negotiated under UNEP and the SICAM. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kay. Yeah, thank you. And the green taxonomy, we are working on this in the context of OECD work on greening investment and financial flows. So it's very relevant in this context as well. Any other colleagues? I see Neil raising his microphone.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to pick on that. If I'd have known you was going to say that, I would have rewritten my entire speech. No, the point is, I mean, I'm from the LBMA. If you don't know us, we're effectively a trade association for the physical trade of gold and silver in London. But by being that, we also look after what's known as the Good Delivery List. And that's the 100 or so refineries around the world that produce gold and silver. So we set the standards for how they operate. And a big part of setting those standards, apart from the quality and things like that, is their ESG credentials as well. So it fits in totally with what you just said, is that, and we started this in 2012 with the OECD, and we're now on version 9 of our responsible gold guidance. So it's changing all the time, but quite clearly the focus now is on that ESG part of the program. But the key part is, how do you communicate that? How do you be transparent about that? And I know this is a Mercury discussion, but obviously ASM in the gold industry is very important. And I'm going to contradict Christophe, who earlier on told you that only 22 tons of ASM gold go through the good delivery list refineries. We published the latest number last month. It is now 16 tons. So it has been dropping consistently over the last few years. And that is a direct result of the LBMA introducing the responsible sourcing program. As you put more controls in place to control things, the riskier aspects of the business, people don't want to do it. The risk reward is not right. So it is an unforeseen consequence of us introducing the responsible sourcing program that now very little ASM gold is going through our system. Having said that, over 90% of LSM, large-scale mine gold, is produced around the world, is going through our refineries. And those refineries we can be transparent about, because they have to be transparent to us to maintain their accreditation. So we can share that information with the world to let you know that as an industry, the large-scale mining and refining industry is doing a good job. But we cannot be transparent about the ASM industry because we have no line of sight to it, apart from the measly 16 tons.
Thank you very much. And yeah, that was a nice segue. And indeed, the OECD has been working a lot on this environmental, social, and governance criteria for investors and businesses in general. And this is about Mercury, but it goes back to the larger supply chain. And then there is one of the legal instruments of the OECD, the multilateral enterprise guidelines. It's being updated right now exactly to reflect this kind of discourse happening, not within just OECD, but globally, on how to have more responsible business conduct by companies and that all the players along the entire supply chain. So this is very relevant. And then very often it tends to be the large players. You talked about not the artisanal and small, but large, but even other sectors as well. Very often it's a big companies, but also our work in OECD on SMEs representing small and businesses. They're also coming on this discourse on how to improve the environmental, social, and governance criteria. So thank you for that. Staying on this topic of how to have a more integrated approach to leverage investment flows and supply chain investment to address this triple challenge of, we are talking about sustainability in general, but specifically climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. Any colleagues? I think we have quite a few experts who can speak to that. Maybe Rachel, because you could relate to a specific example.
Actually, I wanted to speak to the first question, actually,
Sure.
just to add on something about basically what Kay has talked about consumers making a decision, an intentional decision to actually go for toxic-free products, and that builds into the aspect of information awareness creation and the aspect of a communication, a dedicated communications plan, because more often than not, the science has a lot of good ideas and good projects and tested methods, but without that linkage to the end consumer in a dedicated communication in a way that is consumable or friendly to the consumers, so that then to the end consumer, so that then they can understand what they're going for, then that linkage is lost. And also with regards to labeling of products, that if they could be clear, if there could be on the packaging, it could be clear what contents are for any products basically that contain hazardous compounds like mercury, that the packaging should be clear that this product contains mercury. And by that, and if that is also for all products that contain mercury. Even just to be very specific on fluorescent lights, for example, they do mention that the product contains mercury, but then what you find on the package is just HG, very, very tiny letters. And not many consumers will be able to tell what that abbreviation HG stands for. So the warning labels for products should be very, very clear, in a way that, for example, the way you see on food products that says contains soya or contains nuts for people that are allergic to them. That's what I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, thank you. In supply chain, when you talk about the whole chain, you have to think all the way down to consumers and the information provided to them. Any other colleagues who want to jump on this point? Yes, Lymberidi?
Yeah, we use the.
Yes, otherwise those online cannot hear you.
Yes, it's okay. So maybe an example from the Planet Gold program, which UNEP leads, of course, with all its partners. We do work on the supply chain aspects. Of course, we work with the miners to introduce mercury-free techniques that are more efficient. So they get better income for their work, for the same amount of work. That's quite important. And they don't pollute the environment because they don't use mercury. But as we have heard over the last 2 days, if these interventions are successful, I think all of us here who's worked on these interventions have been successful. But if we don't communicate about it, and if we don't work on the value chain, they remain very geographically limited or short-term. And that's what Planet Gold brings on top of the usual interventions. We do work with the value chain. We do work with refiners. So we open market access to the miners by working on the standards, the LBMA standard, the OECD due diligence standard. So the Planet Gold criteria that has been developed with all our partners from the private sector, from OECD and LBMA, talks about these requirements on top of course, the requirement of the Minamata Convention not to use mercury. So that's one aspect. We work, as Susan has just mentioned in the previous session, with the finance sector so that miners can access finance on their own to obtain the equipment they need to produce gold efficiently once they are formalized. That's essential. And that's also what others have said, Diana in the previous session, and Adam Kiefer mentioned some prices. And I know for some in the room, the prices that we talk about, $160,000 for equipment, it's a lot of money. That's 3 kilograms of gold. So if you do produce gold efficiently and cleanly, you can actually pay back this amount in a relatively short period, much shorter than the example that Ben gave for the chlor-alkali industry. And we do, at the end, we also work with the consumers and we work with jewelers to accept this gold. And I think some of the refiners that we work with process the gold that comes from our sites. Then it goes to the jewelers. We work with jewelers that have exclusive ethical gold lines, but we work with big brands as well. Some of them are in our program advisory group. And finally, we work on the public also. It's important to change the perception of the public on how they can influence the use of mercury by making the right choice. When you buy a piece of jewelry, you need to know where this all the elements in this piece of jewelry come from. And you need the public needs to ask these questions. And for that, we're working with the media. So tomorrow there will be an article in the New York Times that talks about a big watches brand in Switzerland and how by asking the right question, you can force this brand, like Breitling, for example, who's launching a product that's made from ethical line of material. So the consumers also have an influence. So Planet Gold is working at all these levels along the value chain of the gold sector.
Yeah, thank you for this very concrete example. That reminds me, there's, separately, today we are talking about mercury, but the responsible business conduct colleagues, we've worked with them in other contexts, applied to other sectors as well. And there's also, the extractives and real mining, and another one is gold. There is work on standards around, conflict diamonds, not just gold, but conflict diamonds. It's the same concept, where the sourcing is coming from, and consumers are increasingly paying attention to what they're buying and where it comes from. Any other colleagues want to jump in on this? Rogers?
Sure. Just to add on that one point, I think from an EPA perspective, we're looking at it not just in Mercury and other areas, but looking at, as we try to move on a whole range of different environmental issues, that we keep in mind that there is also what we refer to as an environmental justice element to it. That in addition to protecting the environment, one of the key aspects is to have the transparency to make sure that as we work towards better environmental practices, that we're not leaving behind the communities from which they come. And I know particularly with mercury, because it's a global pollutant, there's a tendency to say, well, if we stop it here, it'll benefit everyone. But if you look at ASGM and other practices, the impacts are very local. And so I think the work that we do here has a lesson, to the extent that we can be more transparent about it, to the extent too that we can make sure that the communities benefit from the approaches we take. Those lessons can transfer to other chemicals. And I think this is particularly relevant as we look at kind of green technology, that the same issue of transparency needs to be there as well. So the more we can do it, the more it has benefits elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. And, again, goes back to ESG. The S is social. So we cannot forget, and very often, at the OECD and especially in environment, we've been working on environmental issues a lot, but increasingly we are being asked and expected to look at the social implications of all the policies and everything else we do. So that's a very important point, because if you don't everybody along in any changes, there will be resistance and difficulty with the transition, green transition. Anybody else want to jump in on this point about global supply chain, from the sourcing to the consumers, transparency information? Neil?
Yeah, just want to add one thing that I was going to say earlier, is that the 100 refineries on the list, that's really the Premier League, if you like. But also recognizing that in the ASM supply chains, there are intermediate players, there's aggregators, and there are small scale refineries that are never going to be LBMA refineries, but they are doing a good job. And we've got to come up with a system and a process that recognizes the entire supply chain, because you can't, you mentioned SMEs earlier. Most refineries operate as SMEs. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the people to be able to go out and visit every ASM site. There are people already doing that, because there's people collecting the gold from those sites. They're the eyes and ears on the ground. They should be able to feed that information to these intermediate refineries, who are then independently audited and can be transparent about the work they're doing, which means that it then gets passed up the value chain to the ultimately to the GDL refinery. And that's why, again, NGO type projects and people on the ground type projects, they're the eyes and ears on the ground. And we've got to be able to share the global message about people who are doing a good job. But then the most important thing is, what do you do if something goes wrong? So as a team, we must take collective responsibility for the work we're doing, so that if something goes wrong, we stand behind those people and say, what went wrong? How do we fix that? And then how do we share the message of how we handled things going wrong? Because they will.
Yeah, and then that's part of the transparency discussion we're having.
Yeah, sorry, again, tell me to shut up. But earlier on, the gentleman was talking about Guyana. There was a GDL refinery operating in Guyana. They are no longer operating there. We talked about Colombia. There was a GDL refinery operating in Colombia. They're now no longer operating there. And that's sad.
Okay, thank you. We already, are talking about supply chains and how maybe we can talk about leveraging investment. And Rachel talked a little bit about her organization's initiative, and we talked a little about social responsibility. Maybe we can come back to environment and, addressing how can we address the triple challenge such as climate, biodiversity, and other pollution through this, leveraging the investment in along the supply chain. Yeah, go for it, Rachel.
Well, I think it starts from the policy environment, changing the policy environment so that projects or ideas or measures that have this triple benefit are prioritized and they can access financing, or they can access, they're high on priority in terms of investments. And at the same time, at the policy level, if the government put in place standards or procurement specifications or phase out dates at the global level or at the regional level, at the national level, this gives a signal also to investors on what is acceptable and what's not, and where they are supposed to direct their production, or how they're supposed to change their production lines. And at the same time, there is need for a paradigm shift, basically to prioritize these policies and to also have this understanding and realization and acceptance that even hazardous-free or toxic-free products and services have a profit. They have the ability to bring in profits, so that then this idea of protecting or delaying decisions on phasing out hazardous and toxic substances on the basis of profits that they're bringing in, or maybe a number of jobs that will be lost. Not that I'm for people losing jobs, but those should not be the priorities that we're looking at when making those decisions. And lastly, I wanted to say that there are some concrete decisions that can be quickly made that have this kind of triple benefits. And these are low-hanging fruits. For example, I'm working with lighting under the Clean Lighting Coalition, and phasing out fluorescent lighting or all fluorescent lighting in the near future has those triple benefits, has the core benefit of reducing CO2 emissions and at the same time eliminating mercury that is coming from that. And I had a slide, I don't know if there's 1 minute that I can present that, but the cost of delaying these decisions leads to so much more CO2 being emitted when countries decide to, or when countries decide to delay a decision or take it to 4 years later, say make a decision 2027 or 2030, while they can actually make that decision to phase them out by 2025, those 2 years, they cost a lot in terms of the CO2 emissions, in terms of the mercury that is being emitted, and in terms of health, the health costs that are actually that accrue from this kind of pollution.
Yeah, thank you. Co-benefits, win-win stories of addressing mercury and also other environmental challenges. Yeah, Tirapon?
Yes, I have the projects that are already implemented in my country about the industrial boiler, that we try to reduce the unintentional POPs from some pilot plants. And the benefit that we have that when we adjust the optimum condition of the operation of industrial boiler to reduce the dioxin furan, and it can have a co-benefit to reduction of the greenhouse gas carbon dioxide emission as well. And the other hand is we just change the way of the injection of the fuel into the boilers, and we use the emulsions injector to produce the small drop rate of the when you inject the fuel into the boilers, and it's show we can be, because we have a before and after measure of the dioxin furan and also the carbon dioxide. So it's make many benefit on that. So I mean, if you can do like this on the investment or of the operation of the plant or something, that you can reduction of the pollution, and also you can contribute to the emission of carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas, and as well as definitely if you can reduction of the pollution, is also contribute to the biodiversity as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ludovic?
Yeah, just quickly, I mean, mercury is a global pollutant. So when we act in all the sectors that we've talked about reducing mercury pollution, of course, we address the pollution planetary crisis, but we also address the biodiversity planetary crisis. Let's not forget that the Minamata Convention was developed because mercury is an impact on human health, but it has the same impact on the biota and fauna. And so if we reduce pollution, we also improve that part. In gold mining, the standards that we use prevent further deforestation and land degradation. We've heard this morning, just before lunch, from an experience from Latin America, where they deal with old tailings to rehabilitate land and promote biodiversity. That's good examples. On climate change, even with gold, I mean, we've heard just before we closed the previous session with Marcin that actually ASGM extraction emits less CO2 than its large-scale mining counterpart, as long as the biodiversity loss is controlled, as Ken pointed out. So all of what we do is linked to the triple planetary crisis.
Thank you. And it's also good, as we heard, to highlight and communicate about these successful examples from concrete locations or cases of phasing out mercury, but at the same time addressing other environmental challenges. Any other colleagues who want to jump in on this? Then maybe we can move to the next question, which is, okay, we talked a lot about gold, but also which other industrial areas using or emitting mercury could benefit from fostering international cooperation and public-private partnership? We talked about fluorescent light bulb as well, but any other sectors, coal mining, coal powered plants, cement kilns? I mean, I don't know if other sectors that are using or emitting mercury was discussed in other sessions. Yeah, your point?
Yeah. I think based on as we heard from today's forums, I think in my opinion, I think one is the waste management sector, because so if you have a clean supply chain, it's not burden for the waste management facility. And the other thing is the metal smelting sector, because if so you can avoid the contamination of the mercury in the feedstock and that enter into the refinery. And and also I think that's all. The end of life of mercury product, if we can remove the mercury and mercury containing product from the supply chain, so it means the end of life is no more. So thank you.
Thank you. In terms of waste management, the end of life, I think what to do about batteries quite well spread in most jurisdictions. I mean, most places have a specific system, but I'm not sure about other things like, old-fashioned thermometer or light bulb. Yes, they're collecting as well. But yeah, that's a good point to also pay attention to the waste sector, end of life. Any other colleagues who want to jump in on this? Yeah, microphone.
On the waste, I wanted to add also the consideration and prioritization of source reduction measures in waste management. So because at the end of the day, we've heard here in the discussions yesterday and today about projects and initiatives that governments or even international corporations are doing and helping, like the one from Japan, and they doing a good job. And the challenges that they expressed that they were going through dealing with the waste, and even before that has, even before the project is achieving its objectives, there's still more waste that is coming in, and therefore a component of promoting waste reduction at source by actually ensuring that these products that contain these hazardous hazardous chemicals, or like mercury containing products, are not coming in anymore. They're not getting into the country, or they're not being imported anymore. So this, I think that waste management practices should also be linked with these kind of measures for source reduction.
Yeah, thank you very much. Rogers, to add to that.
Sure. I guess to answer the question of what other sectors, I was thinking one of the benefits of having the convention is that it did put in a lot of opportunities within the convention for this discussion to take place. I think where there is a bit of a gap that would be very useful to fill is for industries or those sectors where information is usually closely held. And I'm thinking here about one of the efforts I know that the partnership's been undergoing of looking at oil and gas and non-ferrous industries, that there are substantial gaps in information where the private sector may have the information, where it would be very useful to be able to share that. But because of the lack of sharing, it's hard to know both what the scale of the problem might be, but then secondly, what the opportunities are to address that. So going to the idea of public-private, to the extent that we can create mechanisms that balance both the private sector's need for confidentiality as well as the public need to know what the challenges are and how to address them, would be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up this whole public-private partnership. And of course, industry, they have to also think about their interests, but for public good, information is needed. I think Neil's really trying to have a word there. Go ahead, Neil.
Sorry, I just have to say one thing that the gold refining industry can be proud of, because if you think oil and gas is secretive, nobody is more secretive than the precious metals industry. And if you think where we've come from in the last in the last 10 years, it's been an incredible demonstration about if the people providing the information know that it won't be used against them, they're more likely to share that information. And I think that, like I say, the refining industry can hold its hand up and say, look, it can work. We've still got a long way to go, but it can work.
No, thank you. That's a very useful point in many different contexts that, yeah, I think, dealing with governments or regulators, there may be this feel of, is it going to be used against me? That's the very point. But to show that it's for a wider good, and then to promote opening, and eventually later down the supply chain to accept consumers, win their hearts and minds, sort of, for the transition. Okay, any other colleagues want to jump in? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. What I wanted to complement that we should not forget about the international setup. So we all have, I think, in common here the Minamata Convention, that is the newest multilateral environmental agreement. I had the honor to participate from the beginning in the process. I grew up with him, let's say, with the convention also. And I saw a lot of commitment at the international level. Of course, that in the international meetings, like COPs, members of the government representing their own countries, parties and non-parties, of course, industry and NGOs are present. But most of the time they sit together and they try to find a better approach to somehow draft the needs into some measures. And I heard this days kind of a conclusion of one of the panelists saying that maybe the convention is not working well. I have some, let's say, background working with the Montreal Protocol, and I know very well that is the most successful MEAs in present, and there is a legal traffic also in Montreal Protocol. I mean, related to the aspects. So, in my personal view, I think the convention is working well and it's effective because there are some cases. I mean, the illegal traffic comes from the fact that if the measures were not strong enough or good for the moment, there would be no chances to have some other ideas than legal ideas. And with this, if I still have the microphone, I would like to really thank the efforts that the region, the C region made to actually propose me as the co-president. I am now very nervous, imagine in 1 year's time, but I think it's very good for us and for the region to also have the opportunity to chair this kind of meetings. I mean, as a co-president, I don't have the prerogative of imposing things. I'm just conducting the meeting at the best I can. But also, I can say that for the Minamata, and I will stop after this, it was the most fluent negotiation process I ever seen. I started early 2000 and COP1 with the Implementation and Compliance Committee, with the adoptions of terms of reference, the easiest adoptions ever for any multilateral environmental agreement, and then continuing with the other meetings of COPs, and of course with the tricky Bali COP this year. So for us and for me, I think the Minamata, it's a good opportunity to really put on the table whatever we think it's necessary to improve the convention and the international negotiations. Thanks.
Thank you, and congratulations, Claudia, for your role as COP5 presidency. Maybe I can just say a few words on, we have a lot of multilateral environmental agreements and conventions, and then of course at the OECD we do work on these topics. But what we do at the OECD already is to provide a different fora where countries can come together and stakeholders like NGOs and business representatives can come together and take off their negotiating hat and have this kind of conversation. We do that already for UNFCCC. So there's a climate COP happening now. It started this week. But we also provide a forum where, experts, it's called climate change experts, where the group meets twice a year. And it's considered to be a safe place where they don't come as negotiator. It's a place where they come together and talk about technical issues on the negotiating agenda to unlock some things that are locked up, for example. So, something to be considered, Minamata Convention, if you have colleagues from the Secretariat or the Presidency. So I just wanted to mention that. And I think, thank you, that was a nice segue to the last question for all the panelists about, the international cooperation and what lessons can we learn from such partnership. Such as we already talked a little bit about the UNEP's contribution to this, Global Mercury Partnership and others. Tirafon?
Yes, thank you. I think everyone might heard from Kenneth Davis on the first day yesterday that the presentation on behalf of the Sakhalin and in part of that presentation they mentioned about the UNEP Global Mercury Partnership. And it has been established in 2005 by the UNEP Governing Council, and that with the subsequently strengthened the role of the partnership to effectively manage the mercury activity and to be one of the main mechanisms for the delivery of immediate action on the mercury during the negotiation of the Mercury Convention, and now to support the implementation of the convention to meet its goal. And then the question is why the partnership can be the base model, practice model for the international cooperation. After after I worked with them for almost 3 years, my answer is because the partnership have not only two ambitious goals to protect human health and the global environment from the release of the anthropogenic mercury into the environment, but they also have the good governance. They also have the good modality and as well as the transparency in their structure and organization of work. Those can reflect that they have 8 area of work which represent the sectors that use mercury or the process that raw material that contain mercury, as well as key team in the mercury management and science, and also the cost cutting activity that Roger just mentioned about the theme that we just initiate in the, I think 3 years ago in the 10 meeting of the advisory group of the partnership about the oil and gas sector and the non-ferrous metal smelting that is across the partnership area of 8 area that we have. And in the next 2 days, we're gonna discuss on what the next step and what gonna we do and work on these 2 particular themes. And the partnership have also 3 key components: the secretariat, the partnership areas, and as well as the advisory group that operate the partnership. And the advisory group are comprised of representatives from all multi-stakeholders and multi-sectors, which is in branching in their geographical representation and also gender, and including the developing and economic transition country. And they also have their relation framework and the business plan. I think this is the thing that about the structure and organization of work, that they have the good model and governance that make them can be the good model of the international cooperation and amongst across the sector and multi-stakeholder. And also is growing because right now we have already 200 partner, and we still open wider for more engaging from the other. Any sector can be academic or university or industry, private sector, government, non-government, intergovernmental organization, everything can be. So I think this is the why is successful of the partnership and can contribute to the make Mercury history, same with the Minamata Convention. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, for this concrete example of international cooperation and partnership in the form of global Mercury partnership. Any other colleagues who wish to jump in on this? Ludovic? Ludovic first and then Roches.
Yeah, we all from the partnership, so I think we can do. Well, I've been involved in the partnership since 2007. And yes, it's been, I mean, as Terapon just mentioned, there's 8 areas. Some have been more successful than others, but all have been successful in their own right. I am the co-lead of the ASGM area, for example. And of course, because we have a co-leadership situation, we already had this collaboration between the UN and an NGO. We were able to develop Planet Gold from that platform. In the partnership, in our partnership area, there's a lot of participation from government institutions, from private sector, the refiners, the jewelers, also the academia, NGOs, and that's what its strength lies on. And I think that's what you alluded to before you asked the question about providing a forum where all these people can talk outside a negotiation setting. And it allowed us to develop the Planet Gold program. Other areas of the partnership, like the chloralkali partnership, for example, because it's an industrial sector, has a much more PPP type of interaction. And of course, we have been also successful in developing projects in this area together with the private sector, because they have to invest in the new technology. We do provide the knowledge, and we do provide the access to the government to provide the incentives for the change, because sometimes the investment is too large for a single entity. So the government needs to come on with incentives. So in other areas, these PPPs have been used. Other areas of the partnership are very research oriented. And I think some of us here represent that area, and that's also important. So I think the partnership has been very important because it covers so many different sectors dealing with, well, on the mercury pollution issue. And each of them is addressed in a different way that is suited for the particular purpose.
Yeah, thank you for further elaborating on what happens inside partnership. And Rogers.
All right, I just wanted to add to kind of our discussion here. One of the lessons I'm taking away from our 2 days here is that we need to think very broadly about how we define who our partners are. So for example, I know, for example, Peter Maxson has mentioned in the past the importance of customs and customs understanding that. And I think in the back of my mind, I was saying, yes, but that's not really who we're dealing with. And through this discussion, it's no, clearly these are a set of actors who really need to be brought into the discussion in a partnership way. So the broader we think about partnering, the more effective it will be.
Thank you for that. It's been a very active panel. So thank you to all the panelists for this last concluding session. We are 5 minutes. We are supposed to finish 2 minutes ago, and I hope it's okay because we started late. And I would like to wrap it up, but maybe, and I think we are going to have a last concluding remark from the last person who will have the last words, but maybe I'll throw one question at the panelists to think about, and what's the role of OECD? What can we do at the OECD in this area on addressing mercury? So maybe you might want to say a few words. We can continue this discussion afterwards in the corridors, but then it's my turn to shut up as Niels, oops, sorry, as we discussed, because he invited me if he spoke too much, but I think I'll leave you with this, and thank you again for this brilliant discussion we had.
So thank you very much to our conclusion panel. And before I invite Bob Diedrich to say the final words, we would like you both online and in the room to take our survey, our satisfaction survey, where we would like to know what you think of the different sessions, if you have ideas for further global forums. So you can just scan the QR code that those in the room have received on their cards, or go to the link here, and you have 5 minutes to answer to the survey, please. And in the meantime, I'll introduce Bob. So Bob is the head of the Environment, Health and Safety Division in the Environment Directorate of OECD. And he has been working first in the German and French agencies dealing with risk assessment and risk management, and then he joined OECD. So you have a few minutes more to answer to the survey. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So it's been a busy 2 days. I won't try to summarize anything. I just say a few words about what's next. The initiative to organize this global forum came from the OECD's Environmental Policy Committee. The OECD Environment Directorate has two committees, the Environment Policy Committee and the Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee. Ultimately, even though the initiative came from the Environment Policy Committee, it landed in the budget of the Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee, which is why I'm here today. But that's okay. I think we learned a lot these 2 days, and what we will do next is one of the reasons why we organized a global forum is also to find out what are activities that the OECD could do. How could the OECD contribute in the future towards the implementation of getting rid of mercury from products and from processes. As you know, or as you maybe don't know, but the strengths of the Environmental Policy Committee is to develop policy analysis, to do modeling, to analyze which policies are efficient and which are not. So that's one area where we could look into where could be a strength of the OECD in contributing to getting rid of mercury. Yesterday, Rob Delling jokingly mentioned, oh, maybe we could do a global outlook for mercury, like we did a global plastics outlook. But I'm going to go back to Rob and tell him that might not be a bad idea. So we should think about it. And if it is something that is feasible, we should propose it to the Environment Policy Committee. The Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee does more technical work. We do technical work, technical tools for the implementation of chemical safety policies. Yesterday, Monica mentioned, oh, we need BATs for cement industry. That is one area where we could be active. So next steps are we are going to take all the good ideas and all the good words from you and try to identify what are possible follow-up work that the OECD could do and report back to both the Chemicals and Biotechnology Committee as well as the Environment Policy Committee. And it would be good if you have any link to your country representatives in those committees to support those follow-up work, that would be great. So that's just in a nutshell what next steps might be. And with that, I would like to close this global forum, but not without having said a big thank you to the translators. And a big thank you to my team sitting in the back, to Hannah, Barak, and Paula, and to Sylvie for spending quite an amount of time the last few months for organizing this. So they deserve a big thank you and a big applause. And last but not least, I would like to thank all of you for attending and for actively participating. I think for me, it was an eye-opener, and I thought it was a good global forum and worth having. So thank you. And with that, I would like to close the global forum. Thank you again.